Me. Am I still on reverb? Hello. Hello. Hello out there. I am the voice from the beyond. Good morning, morning. I should turn that off. Where am I? Ohayou gozaimasu. Wow. And I just took off my glasses. Hello. I didn't know talking from that far. Hey. I swear I have big dog energy and I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Hello. Is it working? Did it work? Yes, back to normal now, isn't it? It's back to normal, isn't it? Okay. Ohayou gozaimasu. Where am I? Okay. Chat. Where do you think I will pop out from? Where do you think? Like, there's a left and right and middle. Take a guess. What am I doing, really? The footstool you have to... Hey! Okay. Outside! You ready? 3, 2... Where am I? Oh my god, why am I... Why am I so tiny? You're all wrong. You're all terribly wrong. I don't know why I'm so tiny, actually. Thank you for the gifted sub, dear. Why am I so tiny, actually? Hello? Oh, and I got smaller. Growing up is hard. Chat. Going up is like good morning. Posture check. I'm crossing my legs. You're so right. How did you know? We just started. How did you know? Okay, actually, I have amazing news. Chat. Do you know what arrived in the mail yesterday? I have my pedestal. Mystery God, I got my pedestal, actually. Why are you all laughing? It's literally called the pedestal. It says so on the product page. It's... Hello? Why are you all laughing? Hello? Can you hear it if I step on it? Can you hear it? It's pretty... Ta-da! Do you hear me stepping on it? Hello? I don't know why I'm like walking while I'm sitting down, but like... Okay. First of all, it's so weird that my feet is touching a surface when I'm sitting down. Do you know what I mean? I'm like... I feel like I'm rediscovering sitting down and I don't know how to feel about it. I genuinely don't know how I feel about it. Good morning, chat. Did I say good morning? Good morning. Okay, no, actually... Chat... I never realized that if you can touch the floor, you can actually lean back. I don't think I have ever... I've never felt back support until today. I I'm just like, oh my god, if I touch the floor, that means my butt can be not on the edge of the seat, and I can actually sit further into the seat, right? And my back will actually touch the back of the seat. Thoughts? Like, holy crap, oh my god. Like, no, really. And now I can actually, how do I explain this? Because of that, right, chat, I can finally push my desk, like, no, my chair under my desk. You know what I mean? Because I've been like this. I've been a distance away from the desk, so I've been leaning forward. Short problems. They're not short problems. These are completely normal problems that I'm sure many of you understand. Chat? Chat? You understand, right? Okay, now, as I was saying, now I can finally push my seat forward, right? So that part, like, now I'm close to my desk enough that I don't have to lean in. Chat, I can, oh my god, look, I'm not even leaning forward. This is crazy. Thank you. No, you understand though, right? Chat. You understand, right? Chat. This is not a short problem. You understand, right, chat? Never had these problems. Are you telling me that ass you guys all just lean back on the chair all the time? No, wait, actually. What? Yes? Yeah, you too! Good morning, Mono. Welcome to... Guys, say hi to Mono. I'm rediscovering sitting down, and that's crazy. Did you know? No, wait, you too? Wait, you understand? My back is touching the back of the chair. Oh my god, chat. Lean back in the chair and have the feet. Yeah, no, that's crazy, right? Because, okay, this doesn't make sense, but I feel low-key. It's so weird that I can step on level ground, right? And I'm getting used to it. I feel like my butt weight is evenly distributed and it feels so weird. Thoughts? Like, how do I, you know what I mean? Like, cause when my feet are not on the floor, thus weight is on butt. Yes, correct. Is that correct? And now my feet, it has some weight on it, and it's so weird. I've never sat down like this before. Chat? Are you telling me this is how people sit all the time and I just never knew? No, like at least one of you, right? One of you silently understands me. One of you silently understands me. And it's so, first of all, it's barely reaching, by the way. My feet are barely reaching the pedestal. And this is their max height, so I don't know what to do with that. But like, at least I can touch it. Like, it's not my full weight, but it has some of the weight has been taken off my butt. And I am eternally grateful for this magical invention. Large book under each side. Oh my god, you're a genius. Today is a day of achievements. Do you know? I have found my glasses, first of all. But I also discovered something weird that I need to ask, but please don't tell me that I'm rage baiting you because it's a genuine question. And also don't judge me. Okay? I found my glasses somewhere on the floor outside. But we don't talk about why it's there. We talk about... Chat, do you know... Please don't judge me silently. Okay, first of all, glasses. You know there's the middle part? No, this is a genuine question. This is a... Yes, it was outside. It's a genuine question. You know when you have glasses and there's the middle plastic part that balances it on your nose? Do you know? You know, right? I'm not blind, right? Like there's that thing on the middle that's like a transparent nose bridge thing. Yes, that thing. Now, I was so happy to find my glasses and I inspected it, right, chat? On the left side of the nose bridge plastic holder thing, I have discovered the color green. But it's only on the left side. On a scale of 1 to 10, is that mold? Because it's not on the right. It's not, I just need to understand. It's like a dark green. You know, do you know the foam that, you know, when you get like, when you buy like like flowers from the flower shop? And you know that foam that like the flowers are stuck into? Right? Do you understand? The floral foam thing that makes a funny sound? Right? It's that color. So is it mold or is it... A lot of them are made from bronze or copper. It rusts and turns into green rust. So it's rust and not mold. Correct? Correct? Didn't you just yell at me this morning? Good morning to you too, Pharaoh. Cause like it's in the... I'm looking at it. Okay, first of all, I'm looking at it, which mind you, I'm not wearing the glasses, so I'm kind of blind. It's not that it's not the copper part that's green. It's the gap in the middle. Does that mean it's rust? But why is it rusting in a place where it's supposed to have an empty gap? I am the pro. Gotta take a picture. No! I don't want you to see it! I don't want you to see it! I don't want you to see it! You should... Did you try to clean them yet? I did, actually. As soon as I saw it, I took a tissue. It's just... Okay. Okay, it's rust. It's fine. It's fine. Where's Discord? Here, you know what? If you say it's rust, I'll trust you. I tried cleaning it with blah, 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 blah. Tissue. I should use alcohol, shouldn't I? But it couldn't reach inside. I think. Methinks. Some black thing came off, but like, that's it. Wait, I'll take a picture. Q-tip. No, it's in the gap. I swear to God, there's no way to reach it. I don't know what to tell you. It's... Wait for it. Wait, I'll take a photo. Pharaoh will clarify it that it's rust. How do I... It's so tiny. I don't think you can see it though. Wait. I'm taking a shot. Ow. Okay. How do I do this? It's such an awkward angle. Thoughts? Okay. Pharaoh, it's so pixelated. You're just gonna have to bear with me. Cause it's like a 4x zoom type shit. Okay, I'll take a picture of the other side so you know what it's supposed to look like. Wait for it. It's probably fine. I think I'm reading too much into it because I... Okay. Zoomed in, it looks absolutely dirty. Please don't... You know what? Maybe it's the pattern of the plastic. You know what? No, maybe it's not dirty, actually. Actually, maybe it's not dirty. Wait, thoughts? Oh, sorry. The macro lens. Oh, wait. I may be able to get a better focus on it. Or no. I think even my phone camera is giving up, actually. Oh no! How do I get this shot? This is taking 5 hours. Okay, you know what, Pharaoh, you're getting what you're getting. I tried my best, right, chat? You're blind? You're right. You're so right. Wait. Sorry, I look at it. No, Pharaoh, I want you to understand that the flecks, I think, are just built into the plastic. I don't think that was a me problem. I really don't think it's a me problem. Please tell me that it's not a problem. Okay, well, chat. Okay, I sent the first one. That's what the no gunk in the middle looks like, and you can see text on it. Okay, Pharaoh. Okay, you ate food, don't have a heart attack. And this one, because of the lighting, the color is not showing up. But that's like dark green in the middle, where it's supposed to have nothing on the inside. Okay, I sent it to Pharaoh. Let Pharaoh be the judge. He's gonna tell me that it's fine. Chat, he's gonna tell us that it's fine. Chat, have faith. Have faith in me. He gave me Pepe Uf. What does that mean? Burn them. But you said I'm blind without my glasses. No, but like, what if it's just rust? Thoughts? What if it's just... You keep putting yourself in these situations for mental... Actually, that's true. Actually, no, Mono's right. Wait, yes. Important question. Yes. Did you spill something on them? Okay, the problem is, I really don't know if this happened recently. It's not rust! No, surely. Wait, no, actually. Wait, no, Pharaoh, no. Because, like, no, there's no way a Q-tip is fitting in there. No, genuinely. Genuinely, no, Shit. Maybe... Nor is it tarnished. It's not? What the fuck is that? Because, like, one side, you understand me, you can see the text, right, Pharaoh? There's text on it. But the other one, it's just... You can't really see it, though, can you? And it's on the outside of the... Neither is it oxidation. I found it, and I keep like, okay, because like I put it on because I'm like, I need to see, I need vision, and then I'm like, and then I remember there's this thing on my face that I really don't know what that is. I don't think it's fuzz, but honestly, Pharaoh, if it's not in the picture, it's really like the floral foam green. It's floral foam green and makasih ya, Beb. I got genuinely jump scared. Right now, wipe them down with alcohol? What if I don't have alcohol? I have coconut water. I assume that those two don't do the same thing. Do I have alcohol? You know, the dumb emoji really does get used a lot. What do you mean? That's the only thing on my table is... What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you clean? You wipe the glasses with cloth. Right? I swear to God, I started this whole thing by saying it's not rage bait. I'm genuinely asking. I am genuinely asking. You know, sometimes I even identify as someone with no glasses. That's how I don't wear them that often. I identify with people who don't wear glasses. Do you think I'm deluding myself into thinking that I still have normal eyesight? Thoughts? But like I can I don't think that's how that works. I okay. Okay. I'm thinking. Okay, how about I try to find alcohol? Rubbing alcohol. Okay, no, genuine question. Would a hand sanitizer work? It's the same, right? Because if it's a hand sanitizer, I have that. But of alcohol, I need to check. Is it the same thing? You can't even see the gunk on the glasses. But they're on the bridge of the nose. How do you see that? There ain't no way. Okay, you know what? Chat. Have faith. Surely I will have rubbing alcohol. I'll go find it, right? If I find it, you need to restore some of your faith in me. Thank you. That's a really long wall of text. Bloom update prescription kacamata bertawel, you absolute towel. I've never been called a towel before. Kacamata udah forming their own sentient society, and it's because that's the only thing I had on the table. We're like 30 minutes in. Okay. Now I'll get the rubbing alcohol. I swear. Wait. Here. Just for peace of mind. Chat. You can see me with glasses. Tada. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll find it. I swear. Okay. I'm back. I thought the music died, but it started. Okay. Yes, did I miss anything? Were you talking about me while I was gone? Were you? Okay. So, chat. I looked in 4 different places, chat. I looked in 4 different places. I found sodium chloride. What's that again? And I spilled it too. Hey. Not the same. Oh. That's table salt. That's table. Yeah, okay. No, to be fair, I found sodium chloride in liquid form. It was the thing that I use on my burns, chat. Okay, you know. And then I found hand sanitizer. And I am not even kidding you. There's like half a teaspoon left. But surely that's enough. Are you balking me? That's salt water. Alright! That is salt water. Hey, I just brought it here because that's the only thing that was in my medicine cabinet, not gonna lie. But, okay, so I have half a teaspoon. Wait, I was about to spray my phone with hand sanitizer. Okay, glasses. I'm gonna do it. Do what? Okay. So, question. Do I spray on the glasses and wipe it off? Do I spray on the tissue and use that to wipe it off? I'm genuinely asking, is there a difference? Thoughts? I'm trying to read if it has alcohol in it, actually. It has 75% alcohol. So it counts. Put it on the tissue, wipe it gently without touching the lenses. What? Wait. Aren't you supposed to clean the lenses? Wait, when you clean your glasses, right? No? What the fuck have I been doing then? No, wait, what? What are you supposed to clean then? Hand sanitizer has fluids in it that are not alcohol. Aren't you cleaning the gunk? It'll cause film on the lid. Oh. 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 Okay. So I spray on the tissue. And then I use the tissue to wipe everywhere but the lenses. I understand she's not the only thing that's alive. What are you implying? There's nothing on my glasses that's alive. That's not me. 36 minutes in, I'm doing my best. Hold your breath. I am a mature, sometimes responsible adult. Okay, I sprayed. I'll start with the gunky area. But honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I can't reach it. I can't help I got ghosted. Did you chat me? When did this happen? There's no notification. Oh my god, hello. There you go. Well, there you go. Okay. She does Indo DoorDash do... Actually, they do. We have, like, pharmacy delivery thingamajigs. I think. Because we're all lazy. Because we're all very lazy. No, genuinely, I can't reach the green part. What do I do? Is there a... But if I take off the... If I take off the plastic nose bridge thing... And I can't put it back on... I'm trying to get my nail under... Get alcohol. Oh! Okay, wait. Let me get my phone. But isn't this already 75%? Why do I need more alcohol, chat? Please get rubbing alcohol. It's gonna be helpful later. Oh. Okay. Okay. Me trying to remember the name of the thing. Get alcohol. Put alcohol in cap of bottle. Soak piece that needs soaking in cap filled. Oh my god. You're such a genius. Actually, you're such a genius. Actually, wait. Search. Alcohol. There's alcohol pads. There's 7... Oh. I assume it's the 70% one. Doesn't matter if I get the cheap one, right, chat? 95%, does that even exist? That exists? Doesn't it disintegrate everything? There is a 90% one! What should I get? This is not how I thought my day would go. Why am I here ordering alcohol? What the heck? Okay. I will... Right? This is literally... I feel like I'm shopping. There's 70%. There's 90%. And there's 95%. I'm not growing a society on my face! Man. Does that mean I'm like overachieving in life? I'm growing societies by existing. Thoughts? Ah, I see. Okay. They're good to have on hand. Should I get both? Should I get... Do I really need a liter of 95% alcohol? Question mark. That doesn't sound like a purchase that I would need, would it? Don't want sterile in this case though. 70% is on. Okay. What is this? Why is brandless? It's a white unidentifiable bottle that someone just wrote alcohol on it. Is that sus or are we good with that? There's literally no label. It's just a blank white bottle that says alcohol. Is that sus? Or should I get one with at least they attempt to put a label on it? No, I swear to God. It's not even a label. I think they just put Microsoft Paint and painted a Wait, I need to show you what it looks like. Tell me I'm crazy. Actually, someone tell me I'm crazy. Wait, let me show you the picture. Isn't that just Microsoft Paint? I'm sending it to Pharaoh so that I can save it on PC. Pharaoh, you're gonna get a thing. Pharaoh might not even be here anymore. He might be sleeping, but you know. He'll understand. Right, Pharaoh? The more I look at it, the more it looks like a... Oh, I'm still here. Wait, let me... On a scale of 1 to that's kind of sus, right? What are we thinking here? I don't know what pharmacy is selling it, but I swear to God, that doesn't look like a real label. Am I crazy? That doesn't look like... And this one at least had like a blue stripe. The other one is just a blank white bottle and it says alcohol. Exactly like that. Bro. Okay. Wait, I'll show you the other one. It's so funny. Welcome to pharmacies in Indonesia. You may or may not encounter these.
I'm thinking you need to add a first aid kit on Throne.
You're right. No, actually, you're right. I should get it. Oh, alcohol is included in the first aid kit? That kit has everything. That's crazy. Okay, this was the other one. Oh my lord. Well, I tried, chat. I mean, it's not me. It's the system. It's not me. What about this is the other one. I mean, to be fair, this doesn't have the label on it. But I also don't think that's printed on there. What if it comes and it doesn't even have the writing on it? What is it supposed to look like, actually? Is this normal? Is, is this how alcohol is sold actually? And I just never knew? I think it's typed on. No, you're right. I really genuinely think it's typed on. Let me scroll and maybe I'll find something better. This one is also typed on. No, actually, I might be biased. Someone correct me. What if this... How is this? Is this legal? This is legal, isn't it? Oh my lord, wait. Pharaoh, I'm totally using you as my picture dub. I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, Pharaoh. It's a dream. It's a pharmacy and a dream. Look, okay. You've seen the other two. This is the other option. How sure are we that must be typed on? No, there ain't no way, right? There ain't no way, right? Actually. Chat. No, that's true. This one actually tried to curve the text. Like, actually, they upgraded. Okay, let me scroll. Maybe there's one that's actually less sus. Chat. Alright. Okay, I have news. I've scrolled to the bottom and what comes after this is hand sanitizer. Does that mean that this is my only option? Does that mean that Oh my lord. How did this pass? Is this legal? This is totally legal. Oh wait, no, there's one that has a paper label. There may be hope. Wait, it's only 100 milliliters, but you know. Do we trust it more than the other one? I mean... I swear to you, I'm ordering from an actual like pharmacy online application order thing. Oh my lord. How is this real? Actually, how is this real? But you know, that's what you get living around here, chat. You just gamble. And actually you just gamble and hope for the best. Okay. This one seems less sus. It actually has a paper label. Guess I'll die. Okay, wait. This one actually has a paper label. I think you need it to cleanse your life. And like the 1 liter one is only the 95%. Why? Why do they not sell it for like the 70%? This one kind of looks more... I'm gonna be honest, it kind of looks like an air freshener bottle design, but you know, I'll take it, right? I'll take it. I'll show you. I'll take it because I have no other choice. Here. Wow, no. Right? It has flowers on it and it says fresh. I don't know what's fresh about this 70% alcohol. But surely this one looks slightly better. They gave more of a shit. Right? Chat? Do I just get this one? If it's real? I don't know. Oh, okay. I would need to do math to dilute it, wouldn't I? Actually, that's a bit better. They added fragrance. Why would they add fragrance to... Let me drink water. Let me just digest this for like just buy any of them. I'm gonna die, aren't I, chat? I'm need higher proof. I need 95%, really? You know what? Why don't I buy them all? Actually, I'll just buy them all. Thoughts? Why choose when I just buy them all? Okay. I'll buy 300 milliliters. Is that enough? You fucking... Buy one? I've also never been called a carrot before. That's new to me. Okay. It's a hand... No, it's an alcohol, right? I'm just gonna get the... 70 or 90? Does it matter? 70. 70, right? 70? 70? 70? 70%, 500 milliliters. And then it's the one... it's the one with the white bottle. Okay, it's searching. Okay. Payment. That's expensive. Is alcohol supposed to be expensive? Is this expensive or not? I can't even tell. Hey, brother. I don't buy this often enough to know. Okay. It's pretty cheap. Huh. Ray wouldn't know how much it's supposed to cost you, Ray. I just wanted to know if I'm getting ripped off for like a bottle of alcohol. Shucks. Okay. Purchased. I think. No, I'm paying. Staying alive is hard, chat. Zane, thank you so much for the bits. Are you funding my sterilization? Is Pharaoh calling me? That's so early. Wait, Pharaoh. Hello.
I guess 70% is fine, but I really feel like you need more like 100%. I know you can't get it, but like 100% would probably be better. You know, I looked at your glasses, the picture you sent me on my phone, and I was like, oh God. Ugh. And then I sat down at my computer with my very nice new, like very crisp HD monitors that I got, and I looked at them again, and I think I stand by my initial statement of just burn them and get new ones. That's oh, Kana, you gotta clean your nose pieces, girl.
It's in a part where I can't reach. It's like in the middle of the thing. How do I reach that?
Right. You at this point you just hose it down with alcohol and let it, like, honestly, you could just put your glasses in a fucking like a bowl or something and just spray them down with fucking alcohol to sanitize them. You can clean the lenses afterwards. No, where it's at, she's not going to get it with a Q-tip, guys. I know exactly what she's trying to describe is where the funk, where the worst of the funk is, and she's not going to get in there with anything. Like if she had a dental pick, maybe she
is that a toothpick?
No, dental pick is different. No, alcohol's not going to hurt the lenses. Alcohol won't hurt the lenses. The higher the alcohol percentage, the better. But yeah, alcohol is not going to.
I have purchased alcohol.
Okay. Yeah, we'll figure something out where she really needs to like.
You know what? No, it's a sign. I should get new glasses.
You should get new glasses. Do you need to hold on a second, chat? Wait, are you ready for this? I already asked this question earlier, but I'm gonna ask it again here. Did you schedule your optometrist visit yet, or am I gonna have to flog you publicly?
When did you last update your prescription? When I bought the glasses.
We've had this conversation. It's been like 8 years, Romy. It's been 8 fucking years since she went to the optometrist.
I got
8
it pre-COVID.
fucking years pre-COVID.
How long was that? That's not that bad.
Yes, exactly. That's 8 years, Kana.
It's like 7 years.
No, it's been 8 years if it's pre-COVID. It's been
really?
8 years. Yeah, because COVID was 2018.
COVID?
We're in 2026.
No, wait. No, COVID is in 2018. No, isn't it in like 2020? No, did I time skip? 2019.
Yeah, you're right. 2019. So it's still 8 years because pre-COVID. Either which way, it's been 8 fucking years.
What the heck is an RGB toaster? What are you okay. So you're supposed to update the lenses, not just when you buy.
Oh god. Oh.
I just presume that low key it will stay the same for a while, unless I put on glasses and it's not HD, right? Like I put on glasses and they still make me see. That's not how it works.
No, because it's if your vision deteriorates, guess what Sin is saying. It'll make your eyes worse if your prescription is out of wonk. You have to go at least like.
Every 2 years?
Said, every 2 years, yes.
2 years?
I don't even wear fucking glasses and I know this. Every 2 years, Kana, please.
You don't wear glasses? Can you see small text from 5 meters? 5 meters? I don't even know how many.
That's
the
other thing. If those lenses are beat, I can't tell. But if the lenses are beat to hell, then that's also
they're
bad
not
for
that.
your
How
eyes.
do you know they're beat?
Like, are they scratched a whole lot? I can't really tell in these pictures what the condition of the lenses are.
Let me wipe them with a tissue, and I'll tell you. What if I can't see the cracks? Thoughts?
At this point, okay, take pictures of lenses and send to me. Oh, do it.
What if it's not that bad?
Then it won't be that bad, and I won't yell at you. It'll be fine.
There's a possibility I won't get yelled at.
Yes. There is a possibility you won't get yelled at. Just take the pictures and send them.
There's like a part that I'm trying to clean, but it's not coming off. And you know what?
Yeah, that's because that's a fucking scratch. Take the pictures.
I don't think that's a scratch.
Take the pictures.
I think that's dirt.
Take the pictures. Take the pictures. Send them.
Chat. It's because you know what my problem is? What?
You know what's funny, Sejuan, is that at this point, of all of my anime people that I am responsible for,
yeah,
I'll give you 3 guesses who the only one that genuinely causes me problems is.
I wonder who. Aga. I mean, it's not that bad.
Aga. I am againg so hard IRL right now.
It means you're smiling, right? That's good. Smiling good.
Take pictures of the lenses and send them.
I'm trying to find an angle where you... Sorry, I held it up to the light and I'm like, yeah, probably not that angle.
Yes, hold them up to the light and then take the picture. Do it. That is exactly the angle you need to take. To hold those fuckers up to the light and take a picture. She's trying to find an angle, chat, where all the scratches and things don't show. That's what she's doing right now.
Oh, that's what you mean by scratches.
Oh, fuck.
Wait. Maybe it's just dirty. Maybe it's just dirty. Wait, I'm holding up to the light. Chat, hold for, whatever it is. Wait. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe this is like normal wear and tear.
Hold them up to the light and take the picture.
I'm trying.
I swear to God, I'm gonna make fucking lose it. I'm gonna DM Michi right now. I'm gonna DM Michi right now. I'll be like, Michi, I need to be in Indonesia by the end of the week. Help me out.
It's not that bad.
I'm gonna grab Kana and I'm gonna throw her in the nearest body of water.
It's not that bad. Surely. Wait, I'm trying to get like a show where you can actually see details. See, I'm honest. If nothing else, I'm an honest person. Right?
Nah, it's like you don't understand, guys. Like Michi is so not a problem compared to Kana.
What do you mean?
Michi is so Michi is so Michi is so not a problem. Michi is so not a problem compared to Kana. Oh my god.
No way.
Michi is easy mode at this point in comparison to Kana.
Holy shit. Wait, I'm trying to get it in a light where it's like you can see things, but also not directly at the light, because then the light blocks the whatever it is that's on the lenses.
Yes, I get that.
You understand me, so give me time.
I do understand you, and that's the scary part. That's the scariest part of all, is I do understand her, chat.
Okay.
What's happening to me?
What do you mean? It's good that we understand each other. Communication is important.
Oh, is that what it is? So that you can communicate clearly to me the things that are going to hurt my mental the most. Yes, I see.
I think it's because you guys care. This is pure Kanakor. What is Kanakor at this point?
This is pure Kanakor, honestly.
What does that mean?
This whole stream has been absolutely distilled Kanakor.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I can hear that little laugh. That little laugh. I know she's about to
I
yell
feel
that.
like you're gonna judge
Low key chat. I think she likes it when I yell at her now. Honestly, she keeps doing shit.
No.
That she keeps doing shit that like she knows is going to result in me giving her like the screw face and then yell. And I think she's living for it at this point, honestly.
No, it's like, you know what it is for me, actually, chat. Like, guys, no, for me, it's like I'm rediscovering life. You know what I mean? I'm just like, holy crap. Yeah, because like, I never knew all these things, and I like learning new things. So I feel like I'm learning. That's what it is.
Learning what? How to make my fucking blood pressure go up?
No, I'm apparently learning how to live like a normal human being.
Oh my god, chat.
Apparently, I've been doing something wrong.
I'm gonna go to Indonesia. I'm gonna go to Indonesia, right? And I'm going to end up stuffing her in a bag and bringing her back on the plane.
I've sent it.
Let's see here.
It's probably not that. Don't look at it with your HD monitor. Maybe with your phone. Maybe with your phone. Maybe actually with your phone.
Oh.
Maybe you should look at it with your phone.
How? No.
I also don't know. I've never seen those before in my life.
There's like a fucking like. It looks like your glasses took a hit for you. There's like a divot in one of the lenses where like it looks like
honestly I've never seen that before.
I don't know, like something like flew out and like smacked the glasses, and the glasses saved her eyes. I need you
to double check if it's okay to post on stream the photo. I'll make it small. I crop it
real quick. I don't see, oh my god, the other one just looks like it's been through the wars. Kana, your glasses. Kana, like how? Like I'm like borderline impressed at this point. Like
I mean, like I said, like I put them on and everything still looks more HD.
This one is like it's literally like it's like chipped. There's like a semicircular like. It looks like there's possibly. It looks like there's material missing from there.
Maybe it's just dirt.
No, that's not dirt, Kana. That is not dirt. That is physical damage to the fucking glasses.
Okay, chat. I'll show you. I think it should be safe.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would be like.
Okay.
No weird reflections.
Okay.
Or anything.
Chat. Man, living is hard. Sorry.
Yeah, you see it. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
It might not be that bad. It's just that
my sister in Christ. These glasses look like they've been through the First World War in the trenches.
It might not be that bad, actually.
I don't understand how you managed to
get ready. A drum roll.
Oh,
is
here
it
we
this
go,
picture?
chat.
Is it this
yes.
picture?
Chat, look. Do you see right there in the lower left hand? Do you guys see it, right? I'm not crazy, right? You guys see? You see it, don't you? Do you see? Do you see? Right? Right? Like, I'm not mad. There's like fucking material missing from it. Like, and that's not even zoomed in.
Maybe
Like,
that's like a dry droplet of something.
It's like, no, it's not a dry droplet of here. Hold on, I'm gonna I zoomed in so that so chat can see it better. Here, hold on, like use this one, La. Use this one right here, because you can see it. It's so like it's
hey,
that's what I'm saying. There's like material missing.
My camera work is pretty good. I took a good shot of that. Thoughts?
You take a good shot of it. Now use the one I sent you, because it's more zoomed in. I think it should show them more better. Like,
what did I save it at? Is it this one? Okay. Oh, where did it go?
Like, and that's and what's just wait till you see the other lens, chat.
You know, it's just dirty. What if it's just dirty?
No, these aren't. This is not dirt. This is damage.
Sorry, that's too big and you can see too much. Excuse me while I scale that down.
No, just put it right back where. No, put it right back where it was. Put it right back where the hell it was.
But then you can't see chat.
Do you see? You can really see. That's not the worst part. Hold on. Let me do the same thing with the other picture. Hold on.
Kinda, yes. What I mean, if you put it on, you don't see them. You just see through them. You know what I mean?
All right. Now show them the other lens.
Do we have
show them the other lens?
That there's still a possibility that might be a stain.
That's not glass doesn't stain. That's not stain. That's damage.
I mean, to be fair, I never knew until I held them up to the light.
Oh my god, Kana.
What?
Kana, please. Kana.
Okay. Yes, I'm trying to like save it. Do you know my hands are dexterous? See?
She's shaking right now because she's been caught. Now zoom in. Zoom in.
I have to zoom in.
You don't even need to zoom in. You can see. you can just see. Like,
I mean.
Kana.
Yeah.
Kana, sweetie, I love you to death. I really do. But goddamn.
Yeah.
What are you doing to me? Why are you living like this? You don't have to live like this. You can go to an eye doctor and get a new pair of glasses.
How long have you had these glasses for? Pre-COVID?
8 years.
7 years?
8 years. 8 years. 8 years. And then on top of it, and so that's the damage to the lenses, and then
from
there's
afar, though.
fun. Oh, Baka, thank you. See, there you go.
Thing is on the body shop.
Oh,
bro. Ow! My ears. Oh, come on! Sorry, I took my headphones off for a second. It's back. Thank you.
That's hilarious.
Sorry.
Look at this. And show them the nose piece. Show them the nose piece. Fuck it. Show them the nose piece. There's nothing unsafe there. Show them the nose piece.
Oh,
we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this for real. Show them. You can't really see the green, but oh yeah, that's great, Baka. It's beautiful that you triggered the sound alert. The fact that you triggered the sound alert is amazing.
I also didn't know that it was still there. Didn't we agree to take it off?
Never.
Thoughts?
Never.
Wait, if I hold it up to the light, I wonder if we can pick up the color better. Thank you for funding new glasses.
Oh, yes, let's try that. Yeah, hold it up to the light. Let's see if we can get some...
But maybe no. Maybe why am I shooting myself on the foot? Or maybe it's better with the light.
Just do it. Maybe
it's actually better with the light. Are you guys telling me you all change your glasses every 2 to 3 years? That's a thing.
Kana streams are pretty much just her being publicly humiliated at this point. Stream chat. I don't know what to tell you.
But like my grandma's had glasses for like 30 years. Thought it's supposed to last long. I don't know if the light helps. Let me. Okay. I changed them annually for the past 5 years. I have mine for 5 years, but it's well taken care of. Huh.
Yeah, maybe if you took care of them, you wouldn't need new glasses every 2 years. But, well, if this is any indicator.
I generally thought that they were indestructible, so I just eat it everywhere. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem.
Kana, you are the problem.
I don't identify as a problem. I identify as...
You really do. You really do identify as a problem, or I identify you. I don't know which way you it, but
okay, holding it up to the light did not help. I'm forced to. Okay, it's safe, right? The picture's probably safe.
Chat, help me. The old picture enough. The old picture's fine. There's nothing there that'll get you.
Yeah, because I keep doing dumb things.
You do.
Hey.
You're cute, so you get away with it, I guess.
Yay! Okay. I'll show the before. I mean the right side. That's what I mean by before. There, chat. That's the nose thingamabob. I'm making it tiny because I don't want you guys to see it, honestly.
Don't make it tiny.
But no, wait, no. I swear there's a pattern in there. Okay, no, like we don't talk about it. No. I don't want to make it bigger. I really genuinely don't want to make. And this is the clip.
Make it bigger. Make it bigger right now. Do it.
I just want you guys to keep in mind. I just want you to keep in mind that this is the better side. That's what I need you to keep in mind. This is the better side.
Bigger. Right now. Enhance.
I really don't want to. I want to make it this size.
No. Enhance. Right now.
Take my lunch money and add it to the glasses fun and maybe get 2 pairs.
No, that's not bigger. Make it bigger right now. Do it.
This is the better side. Okay?
No, make it bigger.
Okay? Like, this is already big.
You can do better than that. Make it bigger.
Oh, brother. Yeah, you know what? There. You're done. That's it. That's all you get. Come on. It's not that bad. It's fine. It's still clear in the middle. Thoughts? Okay, you know what? That's.
Do you guys understand?
Colony.
Do you guys understand why my first response was to tell her to burn them? Now, do you understand why I was just like, fucking burn it?
Okay. Chat. What am I looking at? Okay, are you ready for the other side? Maybe it's not that bad in comparison. Maybe. Do you think I'm? Okay. I'll make it tiny first. He's laughing at me, Chad. He's laughing at me.
Just full size it. Just get it over with. Full size the other side.
See, it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's...
Enhance.
You can't really see it clearly here, but the
pads are like disintegrating. I want you to note that the upper edge of the pad is actively fucking disintegrating on that side.
I thought it was the pattern. I thought it was the pattern of the plastic part. Or they're not supposed to be.
The pattern that you created on the fucking plastic part by wearing them for too long.
Don't say I did the color. Okay, no, like the middle part there. It's supposed to be clear, right? Like
it's supposed to be entirely clear.
Yeah, it looks gray.
That's not clear. That's not clear.
It looks gray here, but in reality, it looks like the floral foam color, like a bright dark green type stuff. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So new glasses are now on the menu because.
Oh my God! Just washing the lamp.
It's alcohol. It's just. Alcohol is just a stopgap, chat, so she can still see long enough to go get new glasses.
To be fair, I've never really looked at my glasses until today. Well, because I had to inspect it from being outside. What do you mean that Tutankhamun is clearer than that? What if it's just the damage from being outside? Thoughts? Maybe it wasn't this bad before.
Hana is literally the embodiment of man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
It's not that bad. Oh, does that mean I just need to get the nose bridge part replaced? I heard that's a thing.
No. The whole fucking glasses.
Now that I look at it, it is
That's
cracked.
so funny. Kana roommate reveal the colony that is growing on her nose pads.
I'm looking at it and it is cracked. I didn't know they can crack. The nose bridge part. Aren't they supposed to be plastic? Plastic cracks?
Kana is the reason. Kana is the reason why, like, we have to have like a safety instructional videos in workplaces.
Oh. I mean,
honestly, Mono, I think it might. Like I said, like compared to Michi,
is there a brain
I should say compared to
fungus?
Kana, Michi is nothing.
Hey, no, I swear, Mono. I'm not that bad. This is just a very rare occurrence where I found a thing and it turns out to be a thing, you know? This is
and
not
before this, it
daily
was the
occurrence.
ants. When she tried to kill
It
herself with
wasn't
poison.
that bad.
The
I'm
glue.
patient
Don't
zero.
forget the glue.
It's gone. I threw out the glue. I think I found random foot pieces, but like
she tried to set her hand on fire with her birthday candle.
I didn't try. That was effortless.
That's even worse. Chat, do you guys begin to understand why I just sit in a corner and rock gently, crying softly when I think about Kana's lack of supervision?
I'm supervised. You supervise me. You chat. You guys supervise me. Apparently now I'm entrusting my life to you guys, chat.
She asks me, do I need a hug? My first question is, I don't know, have you decontaminated from touching your glasses first?
Oh, wait. I still have a little bit of a few droplets of the hand sanitizer. And now there's two drops left.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna go to Indo and I'm just gonna get stuck there. I'm not gonna be able to. We were talking about this earlier. We've got to figure it out. I'll just pay the Indonesian immigration folks like $100 a year to leave me alone. It'll be fine.
It's more like, you know what I'm discovering as we continue to chat and Pharaoh, is that apparently I don't know how to live. But it's not like I consciously try not to know. It's just that I never knew.
No, chat, Kana's got that same cockroach tenacity that Michi does. By rights, she should not still be alive, but here she is. Mm-hmm.
And what's funny is, you say that, but sometimes I see Michi, I'm like, I don't understand how you're alive. I see her and I'm like, how are you alive, girl? But I didn't know that I inspired the same feelings in you, Pharaoh. Man. Who knew? What if we're all just living not properly and we didn't know? You know?
No, I'm living great. I don't know what you mean. I'm
hey,
properly fed. I'm properly hydrated.
Again.
I don't do that. I mean, I'm living pretty properly, honestly.
But at least I eat. The bar was that low.
First it's the ants are her roommates, and now it's whatever's growing on her glasses.
They're not. That's not growing. Probably. Maybe a fabric just got like stuck in there. Thoughts? Okay, so should I just?
That answers. I guess
Should
that
I just
answers
be
the question about
blind?
whether or not it's furry. I mean, I can't imagine how you see out of those things in the first place.
Actually, they still help. Like, I can't, like, watch videos with subtitles without them.
Okay, well, at the very least, you're gonna have to sanitize them with alcohol. And then...
It's coming.
If you don't, I swear to God, if you don't schedule the optometrist appointment this week, like, I'm not saying you have to go this week, but you just need to get it scheduled. If you now that I have seen the state of your glasses, like, genuinely, I'll get upset with you if you don't get that scheduled this week.
Okay, now that I know the state of my glasses, I feel a new sense of, like, urgency. So I'll do that.
Like, not even for the bit. I will genuinely get upset with you if you don't schedule your fucking eye doctor appointment. Those glasses should have been retired. Those glasses should have been retired years ago.
I genuinely didn't know.
It genuinely makes me a little upset that you still have them.
They're my only pair.
Well, you know.
I don't know where the others went. Should we have a funeral for my glasses? It's accompanied me for so long. It's an elementary schooler if it's like 8 years old, right?
We need to have like a Viking wedding, a Viking funeral for their glasses. Just gonna burn them.
That's called a cremation. It's fine. I'll put them
at
to
this
the
point,
side.
At this point, Deep, she needs to go to an optometrist and get her eyes checked.
I'm numbing on Payjoy. I'm happy.
I'm glad you're eating something.
Right? Oh. I actually eat them.
But like I said, this is more than just about new glasses. Like, she needs to get her eyes actually checked out, since she hasn't had her eyes checked out in like 8 years. She needs to actually get her eyes like examined and then make sure that she's getting the right kind of glasses.
That's probably right. I ripped my corneas once. Ow.
Just casually, I ripped my corneas once.
Yeah.
Just casually, like, you know.
Does that not usually happen?
The NFS, I think I might be using a different word for the same thing you're talking about. So the optician isn't necessarily like an eye doctor per se, but like they work at a lot of times they work at the eyeglass places. Like, they're not necessarily like eye doctors per se.
What kind of fact reveal? I ripped it once and asked.
How the fuck do you rip a cornea? Like, what were you doing? Like, how did you manage that?
I did it twice.
Twice. She did it twice.
Once was by accident. The other one is also by accident. I mean, technically accidents. Like, the first time was because I was... Okay, I can see it. If I tell you, will the story haunt me forever?
Probably not.
Okay. You know when you're a kid... Well, not a kid. You know when you're younger... and you're really into... and you're really into anime and manga chat? Oh no! I can hear how it is gonna sound in my head! I hate this already! I could lie, but you know... I don't know how else to spin this.
Just tell the story. Just tell the story.
When I was younger, I was really into Naruto.
You put shit-ass contacts in, didn't you? You put fuck-ass contacts in your eyes, bad ones, and you didn't put them in properly either, did you?
Do you know they had like Sharingan like contacts?
Yep. What, did you sleep in them too? Yeah.
I didn't sleep in them, to be fair. It's more like I didn't realize that like they take like maintenance, right? So I forgot about them. And they dried up like in the things. You know what I mean? In the case where you're supposed to store it. And like it's dried up. And I was like, it looks kind of dehydrated. Then I just put the liquid on it. And then it came back to life.
That's not how that works.
And then, yeah, now I know. And yeah, I was a child. It came. It was a zombie contact. Like
the zombie contact. She put the zombie. She reanimated.
Maybe I have a talent for necromancy, but it came back to life-ish. Vero?
Oh god, she necromancied the fucking contact lens and it ate her eyeball. That makes sense. That tracks. What would a zombie contact lens eat after all?
Hey, guys, now we all do silly things as like younger people.
How much younger, Kana? How much younger?
I don't want to talk about it.
How much younger, Kana? Because I feel like the word teen is not involved in this story.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Anyway, yeah. So I suddenly like couldn't see.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I was like blind for like 2 weeks.
That tracks. That tracks.
Is this why you need glasses? No, I've needed glasses before then. Yeah, so that's the first time that happened.
The first time, chat. There's a second story, so tell the second story.
It wasn't. The second story is like pretty mundane. I was eating at a convenience store. I forgot what I was eating. I think I was eating an ice cream cup. I was eating an ice cream cup. And you know how when you get it out of the freezer, chat? And it's like frozen solid? I don't know how to explain this in sequence that's easy to understand. So I'm trying to stab it with this ice cream spoon. But it was so hard. I swear, it's gonna sound ridiculous. It was so hard that it would...
Did you ricochet the fucking ice cream spoon off the ice cream and into your eye? Did you ricochet the fucking ice cream spoon off the ice cream and into your eye? How in the fuck? In the anime girl bullshit did you do that?
No, I didn't. It's... No, it was so hard. My hand... I swear.
That's some fucking gold chip level bullshit right there.
My hand slipped. And I had really long nails.
Oh, it's even better. She ricocheted her fucking hand off the ice cream and stabbed herself in the eye with her own fucking fingernails. First of all, how in the fuck, like, what were you like staring intently at the ice cream? So you have, like, I'm trying to understand
I really
the
wanted the ice cream.
Right,
I was like, why the fuck aren't you scooping? I was like, you know, I'm like so locked into this freaking ice cream.
Like, have you guys seen the memes of like Gold Chip getting hit in the eye with a bunch of shit in a row? Like this is some anime girl, like actual anime girl type bullshit that you have pulled, Kana. Not once but twice.
I'm just gonna eat my chocolate stick. I'm just gonna eat my chocolate stick. But
I thought the spoon ricocheting like was gonna be, but no, her entire fucking hand ricocheted off the fucking ice cream.
It was a really solid ice cream. That's not what they mean when they say eating with your eyes. I learned that the hard way. Had to go to the hospital. Also blinded again in one eye. Yeah, this time it's only one though. So like progress. At least this time I can see out of one eye.
Yeah, we definitely need to get her like prescription safety glasses. Apparently, she
I was
needs
eating
fucking
ice cream. How the fuck would I know?
Apparently, she needs full-time safety glasses
to eat.
I'm just trying.
You entered at the worst time. Go on.
I'm trying to envision this in my head. The hand, the hand like goes down, ricochets, and like, I just like how close to the fucking ice cream was your face? Like, I'm trying to how. How did your body just did you have like a full body fucking spasm?
I was so locked in,
and your eye just like fucking.
I was so locked in, chat. I was like intense staring, trying to stab this. Well, but that one is slightly more mundane than the Sharingan one, no?
No.
No.
No, honestly, if anything, I'd say it's the reverse. I mean, being doofy enough to put a fucking desiccated contact lens in your eye is pretty fucking special. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to understand the physics of how you managed to ricochet your entire fucking hand off the ice cream at an angle that it managed to like recurve back around and like jab yourself in the eye. Like,
it was my pinky.
That doesn't make it any better. If anything, that makes it even more confusing. Of all the fingers that you like, what were you, like, how were you like scooping it like at your like I'm trying to you can't see my hands.
Imagine convenience store and I'm sitting at like the bar seat. You know the tall seat that you kind of you have to jump on? Now I was sitting there.
Well, so you have to jump to sit on it anyway. I don't have to jump to sit on it. I don't have your problems.
Man, rub salt in my wound, why don't you?
That's absolutely right.
So you sit on the bar stool and it's a high table, right? So it's already like a higher, you know what I mean? Like it's already closer to my face, and I put the ice cream cup on it, right? And then I was like, because it wouldn't budge, so I went like, I leaned in because I'm like trying to really get it.
I have this mental image now.
Yeah.
Of Hannah's tiny little ass on this fucking stool, like hunched over this fucking counter, like over her ice cream, like my precious, and just trying really hard to like she was just full Gollum, and she's
I
trying
worked so hard. I worked so hard to get that ice cream.
Now I understand how it could happen, because she's not like holding it, like she's like elbows on the fucking counter, right? Hunched over this ice cream, fighting for her fucking life, trying to get the ice cream out of the cup, and it slipped at her pinky. I can see it now. I need to talk to one of my artist friends. I need this in art.
Please stop.
I desperately need somebody to draw this in like 3 panels, maybe 4.
I understand, but hearing about it, you're just like, how? But I
get it. I've got it now. I can see it. I can see it in my mind, like a crystal, like a just a perfect bloom inside my head of how she managed to do this, but it involves her being an actual fucking creature, chat.
Well, and there you go. Those are only 2 times.
Only you could make eating fucking ice cream a fucking full contact sport.
Maybe if I had actually worn my glasses, right, it would have shielded my eyes. Now that I think about it. Like if I had worn them, I would have actually hit the glass instead of my eye. What a crazy story to make Indomie. Is it really that? Surely there are more ridiculous ways to poke your eye out. Honestly, I also had to explain to the doctor. By the way,
honestly, I can't. No, hold on. I cannot actually think for a moment of a more ridiculous fucking way to almost poke your eye out, Kana. Like that is.
I had to tell the doctor. And I had to explain. They're like, "What happened? Why is the shape of the tear exactly this curved shape?" You know what I mean? Because it was like, it was like parallel to the eye type shit. It was like exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, it was like ice cream. That's like, let me think.
Ice brick, apparently.
I think it was like 4,000 rupiah or something. Yeah, it was like it was like 5,000 max. How much is that? 30
so it was
cents.
like cheap ass. So it was like cheap ass ice cream. Even.
Like,
so you almost put your fucking eye out over some cheap ass ice cream. Not even like Haagen-Dazs. Not even like Ben and Jerry's.
What are you talking about?
like. Yeah, Soid has a great point. I need to know too. Did you manage to finish the ice cream, or no?
Because you want to know, because at least like if it's worth it or not.
Yes. Was it at least worth it? Did you at least get your ice cream?
I'm trying to think.
No, Mono, I'm all on the budget ice cream. Don't get me wrong. I'm all on the budget ice cream. That's not the issue. My point is that she almost put her fucking eye out. For the budget ice cream. That's my issue. Not the budget ice cream in and of itself. It's the fact that she nearly lost her fucking eye for the budget ice cream. That's the part that's got me absolutely fucking gobsmacked.
I forgot if I finished it or if I brought it with me like on the way to the hospital and ate it. Because I remember my eyesight went like, oh, the last time my eyesight went like this was when I ripped my cornea. So that's probably what happened.
The fact that there was a last time, the fact that she had prior experience, the fact that she, Mono, did you catch the part where she put the zombie Naruto fucking contact lens in her eye to proceed to try to eat her eye?
I mean,
Mono, that isn't saying anything, buddy. You'd trade my fucking life for a corn chip at this point. Let's be real. Like, honestly. That's not saying much, Mono.
I vote for snacks. Snack good. Good snack. I finished my chocolate sticks. Man. Oh, wait. Is there one more? I wonder what. Maybe that's why my eyesight is not good. Because I ripped...
I'm sure it didn't help anything. I don't know. I'm torn, chat. The ice cream ricochet fucking golem situation is pretty fucking funny, but the fact that she put the necrotic fucking Naruto contact lens in her eye, that one's still really.
I thought you said
really
the
hard.
internet will forget. We agreed to forget about this. I don't need to relive how I got my Sharingan. Actually, like. I got an eye patch. Necrotic. Like, you know, we don't have to talk about it.
It's lore accurate. Is it Mono? Explain to me. I never watched Naruto. Usage of stronger. Oh, okay, I see. I see. That was so Kana was just really into Naruto. She wanted to have the full like actual experience. I got it. Thank you, Mono, for explaining that to me. I appreciate it.
I didn't sign the NDA. Whip it up right now. This is it. That's fine. I'm sure it's happened to other people.
Imagine Kana in the ER with the doctor eating her ice brick, like cutely sad eating it. That's just sitting there eating her ice brick. Doctor's like, "What's wrong with you?" I tore my eye. Sadly, noms the ice cream.
I really had to explain.
That nearly blinded her.
That the doctor just stared at me like, you did what? I'm like, no, you heard me right the first time, doc. You really heard me right the first time.
That's absolutely amazing. Oh,
like,
God.
I wish I get to steal and yeah, right? I know, lost opportunity. I just have to live with deteriorated eyesight now. Damn.
the weeb ass necrotic contact lens, or the perfect storm second shooter on the grassy knoll into the fucking eye ice cream story is just.
No, oh
my god.
If Kana had a nickel for every time she almost lost an eye in pursuit of something cool, she'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
It is. It's not, yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
I scratched my cornea one time.
See, it happens. Chat.
No, it was.
Sharingans happen in life. It's you know.
I didn't tear it. I scratched it. There's a huge difference between these.
There is. What's the difference?
The difference is I wasn't blind after it happened. It just hurt.
That's true. Like the first day, everything goes blurry and everything just looks like rainbows. That's the first sign, by the way. So like when I poked my eye, I was like, oh my god, all the lights are rainbows. I think my eye is fucked. I need to go.
I've never thought that I would have to suggest eye protection for eating ice cream, but I guess I'm gonna have to add that onto my fucking list.
Who could have really known? Actually, who could have breathing heavily?
I guess I mean.
No, I maintain my stance. Staying alive is hard.
When I come to visit, I'll make sure to bring some iPro with me for you, so you can.
Staying alive is hard. I mean that's not life-threatening. There's probably other situations that were more life-threatening, probably.
Like, I'm already terrified to look at the bakery because I already know that, like, my OSHA inspector is going to come out and start fucking foaming at the goddamn mouth when I look at the bakery. But now it's like, now we need to make, when I said she needs to get new glasses, now I need to specify that she needs to make sure they're safety rated glasses. Holy shit.
Wait a minute. Warning labels on food is for people like Anna. There's warning labels on food? Thank you for the sub! There's warning labels on food? Like where? Like on the thing? Wait. God has a favorite sitcom. Oh my god, I've heard that so much in my life. Maybe my life looks like... It just says... There's no
Do you see what I mean, Mono? Do you see what I mean, Mono, about how, like, compared to Kana, Michi is lightweight?
There's no warnings. It just expiry date. Allergens. Oh. And then avoid high temperature. That's it. There's no warning. So far, Kana has not recorded an entire rap and not remembered it the next day. Yes. Yes. Hold on, I was spitting. That pick of pizza box. Open the box before eating. I swear, chat. No, I have a brain. I have a brain.
Oh.
And according to some people, I'm smart.
Is that brain in the room with us right now?
The last time I checked, yes.
No, Mono, that's zooted Michi activities. That doesn't count, because Kana is never zooted when she does these things. This is sober Kana. Kana is sober, 24/7.
Are you saying that I act like I'm zooted when I'm not zooted? What if I actually get zooted? What's zooted again? Pharaoh? Pharaoh?
That's understandable, Mono. I get it. Do it for the bit, homie. Can do it for the bit. I get it. It's fine.
I can't imagine. I'm gonna Google that.
Oh my god, Kana zooted. Oh no, I'm not ready for that.
Gonna Google. Do I have to ask Michi how to get zooted? What's zooted?
So when Michi takes her medication and she starts acting kind of goofy because she's high as fuck, that's zooted.
Oh.
And,
don't ask her that.
There are ways to get zooted that don't involve prescription medication, but I'm not going to talk about that on Twitch.com. I'm sorry, Twitch.tv. And you don't have to worry about it because I absolutely fucking veto the concept of you being zooted. I don't even want to put that out.
It wouldn't be that bad, probably.
Oh no.
It probably wouldn't be that bad. What if I gain like sentience? Or like I gain smartness? Does that happen? Is that what happens when you do it? Oh my god, I found a cookie.
I don't think I want to see drunk Kana either.
I never gotten drunk with her. Oh. What if I get smarter? Is that a thing? Do you get like inspired by alcohol? Is that how it works?
I don't think alcohol would help you. Zooted Michi is very smart in certain regards, though that sober Michi is not. So I guess if you were zooted, it's distinctly possible.
Right, there's a possibility.
Which Tetsuo, Mono? There's a lot of Tetsuos. Oh God. Wait, Mono, I have to send you a thing. Hold on, NFS, send me the thing that you know what I'm talking about. I need it again because I don't know where I put it. I need the video. The video edit.
I swear though.
Leave me alone.
I thought, good morning. I thought this whole time I was one of the normal ones. You know what I mean? Like I've lived my life. And like, you know, like I hang out with the girlies and I'm like, wow, I'm so normal. You know what I mean?
Girl, the bar is whatever's below hell when you're hanging out with the girlies.
I mean, Nola. We all think that from time to time. See. I think I'm pretty normal, all things regarded.
Mono is pretty normal when compared to the girlies. Let's be so like, you know.
And you think like I'm not? Is it because of my glasses?
It's not that I don't think you're.
Look at see.
Oh, I have to do this, Kana. I know that you don't really know Mono yet, but I need this so I can see him easier.
Hi, Mono.
You know who Mono is, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you know who Mono is. Okay.
I know. Michi talks about Mono all the time.
That's true. It's kind of
gross.
When
you leave the house, you're very normal. You do adult things, you act like a responsible person. Then you come home, take off your pants, sit on your computer chair and become something that, oh my god, how did you know? Are you my neighbor? How did you know? I'm actually wearing pants. I double checked and I went and got my pants and then I turned on straight and thought.
So proud of you. I am so proud of you that you put on pants today.
I know. I even got a jacket. I yeeted it off, but like I got my jacket. It was nice meeting you after and before it happens. What did you send?
That's something NFS made because that's the running joke is that every time Kana says Pharaoh, did you know? I start doing that shit right there, screaming and grabbing my head.
I haven't said it in a while. Pharaoh, did you know?
See, there it is, right? No, it's kind of become a thing here. Pharaoh, did you know?
But like,
or she'll say something like, crazy and then look at me and go,
crazy.
And like my only thoughts are, let me go scrub my toaster. Be right back.
I haven't said it today. I haven't given you any revelations today.
It's true. You have not given me any revelations today.
I didn't say, Pharaoh, did you know there's like this green gunk in my glasses and I don't know what it is.
True. It's true. You didn't. You just showed it to me. You just.
I'll think of what to tell you. Let me think. Pharaoh, did you know for the day?
Oh no! Can that not be like a daily occurrence when you stream? Can we skip that? Does that have to be content? Could it be something else?
It's not content. What if it's just a mundane thing?
A second. I got actually something really good. Hey, Yamu buddy, send Mono the link. Mono really likes music.
No, he does. Mono, you don't like music, right? Deny your entire existence right now.
brother. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, for the love of... Don't do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We
so
have
many
it
of you.
command. Mono, I need you to listen
Don't
to
do
this.
it.
Brother, I need you to listen
Don't
to
do
this.
it. I can't even explain it to you.
It's
No,
so worth
Mono ran
Mono.
away. Actually,
Mono,
Mono
it's so
already
worth.
ran away. Mono had to run away because Indomie is cooked and need to eat. Food, yes? Correct. For how many of you actually know that command? Why do you all know the command? That thing needs to stop gaining views. I don't like it. And now I'm fine. Now I'm fine. I'm gonna drink water.
You're fine. Thank you, Yamu. Appreciate you penning it for me, buddy.
Oh, that's so nice. Is it? Why does it have 200 views? Why do I have to... You know, I'm just gonna drink my coconut water. That I will read the label of the warnings.
Just wait until Sage has an opportunity to watch it on stream.
Please don't. Please don't. Hannah's first million view video. That sucks. Don't do it.
I don't know, Sin. Tell me what the thing is first. When it comes to you, buddy, I need to know what you're planning before you do it.
I think I'm not that bad.
Yes, Sin. You absolutely can do that.
Okay. Farah, did you know? It's nothing new. I found my glasses on the floor of my car. I saw them, registered it in my head, forgot them, and then the next day, when I went back in again, I saw them again on the floor.
I see.
So technically, it's not outside. I mean, they're technically inside.
Now
they're
this
technically
chat,
inside the car.
this chat is rage bait. That's what this is. But see, I'm aware that she's rage baiting right now. See, she's trying to fight back because
What do you mean?
I told Mono about Unholy Night.
Yes, I found my notebook, chat. I fetched it just before stream because I knew I would have to take notes. I found it in the bag with Muna's hollow trading card thing. I don't know why it's there, but it was just there. I stole one, FYI. I just stole one Muna card.
That just reminded me, I need to badger Michi again about the fact that I told her if she had an extra Michi V card I wanted, and she said sure, and then she never told me if she got one or not.
Yeah, so checks out.
So I'm gonna beat
Okay.
her up.
I don't remember what we talked about last time, but the last thing in my notes is figure out what sexy is. But I don't remember why. Do you remember? Were you there? What? Okay, I'm gonna read my notes in sequence. Okay, chat? Pharaoh was born at night. Michi says to mod your stalker, stalk your mods. And then figure out what sexy is. That's in that exact order. That's the last thing I took notes of, but I don't remember.
Let's see here. I think is Ray here. I don't think Ray's here. Is Ray here? Ray Tracer, not Ray Elf. Ray Tracer. Is Ray Tracer here?
No. I
need somebody to add something
vacation.
to her. I think somebody to add something to her Tangia.
What the heck is a Tangia?
Oh, that's right. I forgot Ray is touching grass. That's right. Ray is touching grass today.
Touching grass? Willingly? No,
Yeah.
surely we need to touch grass. Vitamin D!
Did you take
I'll
your
do
fucking
that after
vitamins?
lunch. I'll do that after lunch.
What do you mean
When's
after lunch? Why have you not eaten? Oh,
I ate the cookie.
that does not qualify as fucking lunch, and you know that. Oh, you make me so fucking crazy.
I'm getting
do you
food.
Have, do
surely.
you have food?
Let me
Do
check
you
if
have
I have
food?
food. I
Go.
was smart and I ordered food before. Kasi, Beb.
Hmm?
I lost my train of thought.
So you have food.
Yes, I think.
Proper food.
Yes.
Good night, Benders.
What did I order? Good night. Thank you for accompanying. Good luck with the rage. I'm not rage baiting. Benders, I would never. Before stream, I ordered food. They're probably there. Probably arrived. How long have I been streaming? Probably arrived.
Go get your fucking food.
2 hours.
Go get your food. Right now. I am no longer asking. I am telling you. Go get your food.
Okay. Okay. They can't have gone bad. It's only been like 2 hours.
I'm actually going to
I'll get food.
fucking manhandle you. Go get your food. Oh my god. I tell you what, chat. It's never a dull moment. She's so cooked when I get to Indo. Like, I don't think you guys understand how cooked she is when I get to Indo. Yep. She is absolutely beyond any of the others at this point. Not even Michi. Not even Michi, brother. Makes me as crazy as Kana does at this point. I am so dead ass when I tell you that she is getting yeeted into the nearest body of water with extreme prejudice. Like, y'all ever seen a dog fly before? Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna make sure she has like goggles on before I yeet her at the water. Clearly, her eyes have been abused enough. Yeah. You're not wrong, Endless. You're not wrong. It is that, yeah. I don't even know. I don't understand. I don't know what I did. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Like, to wind up being the babysitter of this doggo, brother. I'll tell you what. This is all Ray's fault. Ray set this whole situation in motion. Wait, where the fuck is Ray? Not Ray Tracer. Where's Femray? Femray, where are you? This is all your fault. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Ray too. Ray's also getting thrown in the body of water. She started all this shit. I'm gonna get her ass too. Guys, kind of got lost trying to find her food. Yeah, she was here earlier. I saw her for a minute. Guys, do you think Kana like does this shit specifically to bait me into calling her? Do you think that's what's happening here?
Meow. Meow.
Do you think she may be farming me for content, chat? Thoughts?
Meow.
Did you find your food?
I did. It was hanging on the door handle.
Yeah, that is every time I see Zaga, it makes me think of Kana. It really does.
What's a
Just
Zaga?
That emote that chat's using right now. Refresh your thing so you can see. It's like Aga, but more you.
In a good way?
Yes, sweetie, in a good way.
I saw an IG video, Instagram video, where they're like, some people just use up their entire energy trying to be normal outside the house, and then when they get home, everything just went shloop.
Yeah.
Maybe that's me.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if I'm actually put together? Can you guys, like, for like 1 second, you should imagine me, like, put together.
Put together with what? Baling wire, chewing gum, and duct tape? Because I mean, I feel like that's what kind of put together looks like.
Yeah, no, I had a job. I had a job, Chet.
The funny part is, I think that's probably accurate. I think Kana saves all of her, like... I think Kana saves all of her, like, serious, all of her, like, well thought out, all of her, like, put together and capable for work. And then she comes home and she takes that all off like a coat and hangs it on the wall. And then just immediately slides into Zaga. Aga in the streets, Zaga in the Nevermind. I'm not gonna finish that. That is something.
Maybe one day you'll get to witness me using my brain.
I'll probably die.
I did once, and I won a jackpot in Ratcoin. Does that matter? I did it once. Does that count as using my brain?
Yes, it does.
It does?
It does. Good job. I'm proud of you. Yeah. Exactly, Timmy. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's right.
Why am I nodding when I want to sneeze?
Timmy is my boy right there. He's got my back, if no one else does.
It's gone. The sneeze was gone. But it's still a bit itchy. But the sneeze went away. Oh, that really sucks. It's because I acknowledged it. That's the problem. I was like, I'm gonna sneeze. And then I spooked it. And now it's gone and I can't sneeze. Living is hard. Yes, Pharaoh. Yes, Pharaoh. I have a single thin fraying thread of sanity. There's a small kind of... No, I have big dog energy. I have big dog energy. Why are you laughing? What did I do?
Oh. What Sin said is I'm experiencing that right now. Stop it. You fucking creature, why are you like this?
Is that the sound of me chewing on it? We all have a little Kana in our head.
Yes.
The next time you stare into space and your head is empty, you're gonna hear it.
I need somebody to make a Kana version of this emote right here. I gotta send this to somebody to get this.
No, surely.
I'm gonna put it on the Discord chat. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on the Discord. Where am I gonna put it on the Discord? I'm just gonna put it in general. I'm gonna put it in general. Somebody needs to make a Kana version of this fucking emote right here. There he is. Hey Chris, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for the gifted.
Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Chris. I was numbing on food, and apparently everyone's sanity. Thoughts? Is that my lunch?
Thoughts. There it is, chat. Thoughts. Christopher, how are you doing, buddy? We like Chris in this household. But that if you look in general, chat, you'll see that's exactly what I envision the Kana in my head looking like.
That emoji is called feral. And surely
Yes.
I am the least feral of them all.
No, not when it comes to consuming sanity. No, that is entirely
I
like.
don't have any thoughts. I have a single brain cell holding up the rest of my life and Kana is chewing on its ankles. So does that mean we all just have like one single brain cell? Holding up everything else? We're matching, guys!
Here you go, Kana. These are my two primary emotions whenever I'm interacting with you, okay? There you go.
Where's the joy, Pharaoh? Where's the joy?
That's the question.
Pharaoh just sent me emojis that look like Pharaoh's getting older and gaining more wrinkles. Kana, stop saying thoughts you don't think. I think at times. There are times. Yeah, the other day I was thinking and I thought too hard and I gave myself a headache and then I gave up. Man. Was I wearing pants? I don't remember. But thinking is hard, chat. Thinking is hard. Oh.
That's like probably the most dangerous part of going to visit Kana, right? Is it's like pants roulette. Like it's like a 50-50 go to visit and there's pants and or no pants.
Just warn me first. Like if I'm out of pants, I'll figure it out.
Longer shirt.
Yes. Smart. I mean, just for fun, make it a bit harder to think. Wow. How? I'm already struggling. What the heck you thinking about that hard? Eh?
There you go, Chris. Thank you.
What the heck? Chris?
Chris has entered it's somewhere in this universe. Cow it just sat up straight and stared at his computer.
What the? No,
Good
my
job,
brain
Chris.
is thinking. Wait, I'm not wearing glasses. Are those 2 zeros? Did you just give the hundreds?
That is 2 zeros.
What
That
the
is 2
heck?
zeros.
Chris, thank you so much. That's what the heck? That's a lot. Thank you so much.
You best her up so bad that her microphone ain't picking up no more. Your microphone missed. I saw your mouth moving, but I heard nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
No, it actually thought hard and broke. Gee,
Amazing.
thank you so much for the gifted subs. Can you hear me this time? I tried speaking less, yelling. I think it hit the noise limiter or something. I don't know.
I think you peaked. Yeah, we need to probably put a new microphone on the throne too.
It's probably
Voice too strong.
fine. It was also very close to my mouth, you know what I mean? The mic.
Yes. I know the mic. The mic was, yes.
Man, that's a lot though. Holy crap. 100. That's 2 zeros. And I'm
That's
not wearing
amazing,
glasses.
Chris.
And
Very, very good, buddy. Very good.
I'm
You
not
made her
competing.
peak the microphone.
It's not a
I'm not gonna-
competition.
That is a wise decision, Chris. I would be worried about you if you did. We don't
The mic.
understand how the cow works.
The mic is not a snack. It's a hardware.
Stop trying to eat your microphone.
I'm not trying to eat microphone. Nya, 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 nya.
Stop.
Nya, 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 nya.
No.
Do you know my favorite way to eat like a Pocky or like a cookie stick? It goes nya, 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 nya. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm trying to like nya, 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 with like a thing?
Kinda my brain stem, please stop.
What? What did I do? What's wrong? That's eating it properly. That's like how you're supposed to eat it. You go like nya, 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 nya. You know? What? That's a thing people do. right? Oh.
Sasa, you are not wrong. She is desperately prying at my skull cap, trying to get just directly into my brain and set up shop. I don't know what she thinks she's gonna do there once she gets there, but it's probably not gonna be healthy for me. Ugh.
Hey chat, do you think Pharaoh lies awake at night? Because of me sometimes? Pharaoh?
Don't sleep. I never sleep anymore.
Is that why you told me you lack sleep? Am I the problem?
Can't sleep. Kana
Surely
will
not.
Eat me. Can't sleep. Kana will eat me.
Like lying in your bed, tossing and turning.
Can't sleep.
He calls me at 2 a.m. screaming. That is not true. That is not true. Tell me.
How do you know? It could be true. Probably. Maybe it isn't true. I'm learning, Chad. I'm learning to be like Kana.
Wow. You see that? You see that? Thank you for the contribution, Antron. Arigato. Meep, meep, meep.
Oh,
Is it 1 a.m. there? Pharaoh.
it is. Sin. It's almost the screaming hour. Are you ready?
Nola, we hit
It's
that in
almost
the
time for the
first half.
screaming.
Do you think Pharaoh's okay, chat? Do we think Pharaoh's okay?
Hour. The screaming hour.
Oh. I think deep down you enjoy the chaos.
Dude, I am gonna tackle her. I'm gonna
No, is that not true?
Around. She's just gonna get tossed. I don't even know if there's gonna be a body of water involved at this point. She may just get used as catch.
I already got plenty wet when Ray sprayed me with water. Where is my spray? Huh. I only have the hand sanitizer. And I know well enough not to spray that on my face.
Yeah, don't.
Ow.
Carefully, Zaid. Carefully is how you tackle Kana when she's so small. Trust.
I have big dog energy.
I know what I'm doing.
I have big dog energy.
She is on this big dog energy kick, chat, and I don't know where she thinks this big dog energy is, but it's not.
I crossed my legs again.
Shih Tzu.
I can touch the floor when I sit down now.
Did you tell chat that you got the thing? Did you tell them?
The pedestal? I got the pedestal. And now I can touch floor. And I'm rediscovering sitting down because I didn't know like the whole time. You can like sit like not on the edge, right? And then you can lean back and have your back actually supported. And you're not lurching forward like a shrimp. I'm discovering this for the first time. It's crazy.
I'm glad that you've discovered what not shrimp life is about.
Yeah, maybe that's why my back was hurting.
Yeah, you know, I'd say it's a fairly good bet that is why your back was hurting.
Living is hard, chat. So many things you have to remember. Like not to poke your eye out when you're eating ice cream.
So we are rapidly moving through VTuber Manager and moving directly towards Life Manager, chat. I think that's just kind of how it's gonna be.
It's okay. I have lived this long. Somehow.
Handler. Yeah, you're right. Babysitter. Yeah, handler.
Wait. Do you think I'm a handful? Like, oh, no, actually, chat, I have a question. The other day... Well, not the other day, but like, it was a while ago. I met up with my dad, right? And my dad was hanging out with his friend. And his friend brought, like, her kid? You know what I mean? Like, he brought her kid. And she's, like, tiny-ish. She's like 30 centimeters shorter than me, probably. I think she's like 8 or something. Anyway, And she's so hyper, and she's like running around with so much energy, and she's like smiling, and like, you know, like just in general, very like, very childlike. I know that makes no sense, but you know what I mean. They're very like energetic. That's the word. And then I looked at my dad, and I was like, wow, how do kids have that much energy? I'm sure I didn't have that much energy at her age. And my dad point blank looked at me and started laughing and bawling his eyes. Like, he was laughing until he was crying. And I was like, Dad?
And sounds about like, right. I can see that.
And then my dad was like, you know, if on a scale of 1 to 10, if she's a 6, you're a 10. And I'm like, what? I was like, I've always thought I was such a good kid. And I'm like calm and quiet and stuff. You know what I mean? And my dad is like there just laughing. He's literally like until his tummy hurts and he's crying. And I'm like, Dad? Are you telling me I wasn't the good child I thought I was? And like, no, like genuinely.
If now is any indication, Kana, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, my dad was like, "Oh, you were so much worse. You've mellowed down, but like you were so much worse." And I was like, "What? I thought I was a good kid. I genuinely thought I was such a good, calm, quiet kid. I thought I was a model to all the other kids out there. I genuinely thought so, and my worldview changed, and I'm so sad. And my dad still sometimes looks at me, and he laughs."
I can understand that. I can understand that entirely. Sometimes I too look at you and just start laughing.
I've mellowed down though. I should give him more props for like, yes.
If this is you mellowed down, I am terrified of what you before this was like.
I don't know. One of the examples he gave was like when I was like 2 years old. For example, like my dad, my family would like. Because, like, apparently I'm the type of kid who never looks back. You know what I mean? Like, I would just walk and I'll just walk type shit.
That sounds about right. I could see that.
Yeah, so I think they were, like, out at the mall or something. And then everyone hid behind a wall because they wanted to teach me, like, not to keep walking on my own, that I'll get lost or something like that, right? And then they hid. It took me, apparently, a very, very long time to finally stop and look back. I saw nothing and just continued forward.
That tracks. Yeah, no, I can see that.
Apparently, I just kept going. And then my family ran to, like, you know, for safety. Yeah. And, you know, because I do that so often, you know what my family did? They entered me into a baby walking competition. Because I kept going, you know, or like probably we might as well get funds, like prize money from like, you know, this child that will not like stop moving.
Well, I've already stated before that whenever I come to visit, if we go anywhere, you're gonna have to like hang on to my belt or something, because I already know if I don't keep a firm grasp on your location, you're gonna wander off somewhere and get lost.
No, apparently the funny part was the competition started. Oh, I just sat my ass down and would not move.
That sounds about right.
And they're like, "This is the one time. This is like the one."
Baby walking competition. Did you crawl?
I don't remember. I was a baby. Hello. I assume so. Apparently, I just sat my butt down. Like, I sat my butt down and refused to budge.
That sounds about right. Rage baiting from a baby. That sounds about right.
That's not what that was.
She started the way of the rage bait at a very, very early age.
How? Does that count as like horse racing if you bet your children?
What?
Like if you bet money on your children winning a thing, does it count the same thing as horse racing?
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Man. But anyway, Now I don't know how to feel because I feel like my childhood is a lie. I have this like worldview where I'm like, I look back and I'm like, wow, I was such a model kid back then. I study sometimes. No. I pretend like I study sometimes. I get good scores. I was a good kid. I think I was a good kid. You know, no, I'm a good kid. I maintain.
I mean,
I think my dad is exaggerating.
I will believe that you were a good kid. It's got to be better than how you are now, though.
Does that mean I regressed? My brain is thinking hard. Wait, if I was a good kid and I was better before, does that mean that you're implying I regressed?
If you were a good kid, I just want to know what happened.
I'm still a good kid. I'm still calm, quiet, and collected. You just don't know, Chad. I've just never shown you that side of me. One day. Oh.
Agreed.
Growing up, remove some limiters. Oh, that actually may be more accurate because now I'm unsupervised.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem now is that you lack constant supervision.
I think I can supervise myself pretty well. I've stayed alive. I crossed my legs, but I just put them down again. Supervised.
Supervised.
Right?
Supervised.
Canna said model kid, not model student. 07 grades.
I was a model student.
She got a C once, chat.
Got a C once. I know. It was like a scarring thing for me. I literally cried. I was just like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I got a C.
That's unfortunate.
It's like I got
Thanks for the gifted sub to fucking Barely Alive.
No, like I got 70 out of 100. And I was sobbing. I was so appalled. To be fair, I hated that subject. And it sucks. And I still can't do it now, but like, you know. That's a C, right? I don't use numerical grading. I mean, I don't use alphabetical grading. That's what I mean. That's not bad. What do you mean it's not bad?
Passing is all that matters. We just need you to pass. As long as you're passing.
What's a passing grade there? Is it like C?
D. D is a passing grade.
D is passing grade? D is passing grade? What?
Yes.
What?
It's like barely passing. Like you're probably gonna have to like take some additional schooling or whatever, but yeah, D will get you by. Absolutely.
Do you pass with a D?
I mean,
what? That's the thing. Am I Asian? Thoughts?
Yes.
I just been?
Honestly, the shape of American schooling is just.
You know, considering how I turned out, maybe it's not that bad. Like, I remember at some point in school, the passing grade for, like, for example, Indonesian class would be 80 out of 10 out of 100. That would be passing grade. Like 1 year they were just like, well, next year we're gonna raise the minimum passing grade by 10 points, like just on a whim, I guess. They really wanted to get into like the top 100 schools or whatever. I don't know what that was. I also did it. I'm not good at Indonesian, man. I'm better at English.
Why is it that all the Indonesians I know are better at English than Indonesian? That's very interesting to me.
Because like formal Indonesian sucks. Or I suck. No, actually maybe I just suck. That was in school, not like in elementary school. After my first C, I kind of like eventually got over it because then I encountered more Indonesian. And I swear to God, I would get 100 on English, but I would get 30 on Indonesian.
That's crazy.
Oh, brother, I barely speak the language. Verbal Indo is really it's something. It's actually something. The only class I failed in high school was Japanese. Ah. Being ESL, trying to learn a third language in English and having to convert. Yeah, no, that checks out. I think that checks out. Keigo makes me want to pull my eye. Learning another language is so hard, chat. I want to learn another language.
I tried.
You did?
Can't do it.
Yeah.
I tried learning Indonesian. It just not work out.
To be fair, supposedly Indonesian is easier than English.
That's what I've been told.
Supposedly. I still suck at it though. Ray speaks Indonesian. Raya, is that you? Oh, it's still stuck in my head. Oh, Ray. Oh, Ray. My bestie right there. Look at her. She's perfect. English is not a language. It's five languages and a trench coat.
Yes,
I think I feel what I struggle with sometimes is like seeing a word and trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Cause like you pronounce different things, like similar things differently. Like are you telling me like for example, a comb, like COMB, and then you change the first letter and you get tomb.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But why does it rhyme with DOOM, which is doom? Like it's because not even the
English,
same.
Fuck you. it's oh god, I thank you for reminding me, Sin.
Ray is so good at English. She knows Dialoop. Do you know Ray? Do you know the amount of people who kept DMing me with a particular picture that I don't even have context in, and I have to be like, you know what I read it as?
Do you want the context? Do you want the context?
Do you know what I read it as with Ray's face? I thought she said Dialupa. Dialupaga. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It was like Dialoop. Go on.
So on her chat, we were talking about stuff and talking about, and we got around to how like slow Ray is. Ray brain very slow. And Sin typed out dial-up all as one word because it's pretty common here to use dial-up to type out dial-up all in one word. And Ray stops dead ass, and you can see, her model squints like it does when she's thinking real hard, and she's like, Dialoop? What is Dialoop? And everybody's like,
sorry. Oh, I hear it in my head. I can hear it in my head.
What? And we were all just kind of floored at that particular moment in time with the fact that the dial-up has been turned into Dialoop.
And Dialoop is not the same thing, girl. I don't know what to tell you.
That's so funny. I can hear the "oh, come on" in my head. It was spectacular.
You didn't have Dialoop, did you, growing up?
What is Dialoop?
We're in different tax brackets. All right. Okay, girl. I don't know what the fuck you've been connecting with, but girl, Dialoop is not it. Girl. Oh, for the
not the different tax brackets.
Oh man!
You can tell she's not passing the poor test chat when she calls it Dialoop.
Dialoop is so funny. I swear, no, Ray, you don't understand how funny it is. No, it's okay. We all care. Right? What is Dialoop? Because dichotomy, like.
sorry, Ray.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It was so fucking funny. It was so funny. I was sitting there like trying to process what Ray said. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean? Yes.
And I'd be so silly. Perfectly pronounced. Because how else would you pronounce that? It's not gonna be like dichotomy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the... It's not gonna be like a chopstick. Girl. Didn't you...
Hold on.
You actually went with an international program in school, yes? No? No, it's okay. You know what? You know what it is? One day, there's gonna be a silly, funny, simple word that I don't know, and then Ray's gonna make fun of me. So today, I'm gonna say Dialoop. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna milk it. I'm gonna milk it.
Oh god, that was the other thing, Kana. Oh, that was the other thing. She made me fucking have like an actual aneurysm. She did not know that bugs drink water.
Can I pretend that I knew that? So that we can move on with this conversation?
You didn't know it either. Oh, you didn't know it either. Oh.
But at least I know ants
biology.
Ants would drink nectar that looks like a water droplet. So I know that.
No, they drink a water droplet. That's just a water droplet, Kana. They don't just drink nectar. It's just a water droplet. Oh my fucking god! I can't do this 2 times in the same like 24-hour period. What the? Oh my god!
Do you need water?
What did you?
Hydrated.
What did you think the fucking bugs did? Nah. They just don't eat water?
Nah, that's where you're... That I can see. A rookie mistake, Pharaoh. Rookie mistake. You think I thought. Think about it.
You're right. You know what? You're absolutely fucking right. I'm so sorry. That is my first mistake. That is my mistake,
right, chat? You're with
Kana
me.
doesn't think. Kana just exists to be cute and say sus things on the internet. That's what Kana exists for.
I mean, I just never thought about how they get their H2O. You know what I mean? Why do you think water is a sign of life? Oh. No, actually, that makes sense. You need water, Pharaoh. You need to stay alive. 2,995 years.
No,
you should probably drink water.
I'm just so tired, chat, all the time. It never ends. This tired.
Do you wanna unpack that? Do you need to sit down? Everything will be okay, Pharaoh. Everything will be okay. Bugs will continue drinking water. Do fish drink water or do they drown? I'm gonna eat my food so that I can't talk while Pharaoh processes that.
Okay, I've already processed it. Hold on, I've got it. Hold on, I've already processed it. Hold on. I've got it. I've absolutely got it. I've got it. Wait. I've got it. Hold on. I've got it. Hold on. I've got it. Hold on. Wait. I gotta do the thing.
Maybe I'm not the rage baiter. Maybe it's just Ray.
I know the answer. This is the answer to that question, Ray. Bye, Ray. I'm not doing it. No. Not doing the shit. No, you fucking cooked my ass solid on with this shit on your stream. You're not coming here and disrupting my fucking peace.
My rice went down the wrong pipe.
What little of my piece is left that Kana has not fucking nibbled away. You're not gonna come here. Yeah, see that shit right there? You're not gonna come here and delete the rest of the piece that I have, asking silly ass questions like do fish drink water 24/7? No, stop. Leave it alone. Why are you like this? Quit nomming on my sanity. I went to go re-VIP Ray and I typed /RAP. Well. No, stop it. Chat, help me. She's in my hair. She's in my brain. She's trying to eat my brainstem. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Brother, I'm gonna get a taser just for you. You were gonna get fucking tased. No. Stop it. Oh my fucking god.
It's my first attempt on rage baiting intentionally. It totally wasn't apparent, right, chat? That we didn't realize it was totally intentional.
Oh. I'm gonna sit here and I need to go get alcohol. That's what I really
Oh my
need.
god. I think Ray.
I know I have beers in the fridge.
I think Ray may want to acquire rage baiting skills. I wonder why.
You will never see me again. I will disappear. I will go into hiding. I will absolutely fucking vanish from off the face of the internet.
And who's gonna remind me to get my glasses?
It doesn't do any good because you still don't do it anyway.
I remember because last time you texted me and I put Anjing, do not forget the eye doctor law. That's the last thing you said. And now I remember.
And she still didn't do it though. She just didn't do it.
For important reasons.
The only reason she may remember to do it now is because I told her if she doesn't do it, I'm going to genuinely get upset with her. Like, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to bounce off walls.
You can bounce off walls?
I'm going to tell Michi that you've been genuinely mean to me.
Wouldn't she just laugh though?
No, she'd get so fucking angry, dude.
Man.
If I went to her and told her Kana's been genuinely Michi, if I went to Michi and told her that you genuinely upset me over something, girl.
Aw, but I would be the first one to be concerned if I actually made you upset, Pharaoh. Then I'll be like, Pharaoh, huggies, and then you'll be like, ew.
Ew.
See, chat, am I the problem? I'm not the problem.
You are the entire fucking problem.
Huggies make things better, is what I've learned. You forget your problems. You forget your problems. You feel the warmth of either another human being or rage. Well, like one of them. But like it's warm and fuzzy.
At least you got it right. You're either going to feel the warmth of another human being or you're just going to get really fucking angry. Either way, you're going to be warm. You know what? You're not wrong. You are not fucking wrong.
She's the person that constantly pokes. Oh my god, yeah. No, I would do that.
Here's what'll happen, Chad. I can tell you exactly what happened. Is if we're hanging out, like I would end up actually like she would end up getting like the full like cuddle treatment, not because I want to cuddle with her, but if I do it, she'll stop poking me.
Wise decision.
Like that's the thing. Like I already know. I can see it. I can see it in my brain. I already know. Oh, she's ticklish.
How could you just say that? No, people are gonna know. What are they gonna do, really?
Oh.
But like, really, why would you
do
that?
I don't know about people, but I know. And you're only safe from me for so long.
Oh man.
Oh.
No, but like being ticklish is just normal.
Yes, Deep, the MMA cuddle. That's exactly right. That's the one where I gently
like
wrap
a suplex or something. Suplex?
Gently wrap my arm around her neck and just squeeze ever so gently until she stops fucking squirming.
I don't know why I want to put it here. But this is, yeah, sure, we'll put it there.
There we go. Perfect. Kana is chewing food. Apparently my sanity is food, chat. Yeah, don't forget to put.
I get it. No, I get it. Fair. No, the like I had a brain revelation is the word I'm gonna choose for today. Okay.
Okay. Hit me with your revelation. Well, she's laughing. This is probably gonna scar me for life. Let's fucking go.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't even need to know. You actually don't even need to know.
I can actually see where this is going. I see exactly where this is going. I already know where this is going. It's fucking, there it is. Kana is chewing food. Apparently, I am now food. Amazing. This is what my life has become.
Greatness. Your life has become greatness. What if, like, I'm eating, right? Like, I'm actually eating lunch, but, like, what if I'm just here?
No, stop it. Stop it. Don't do it.
Leave
me alone. Leave me alone. We need a new version of that meme now, NFS.
I went from dog to brain eating zombie. I'm still trying to decide what I am, chat.
It is a sanity consuming parasite. She is a creature.
I don't think I'm that bad. On a scale of 1 to normal, I'm pretty sure I'm still roughly on the normal side. Roughly.
On a scale from 1 to normal, you're purple. Okay, that's what you are. On a scale from 1 to normal,
my room is pink,
you are
so
purple. No, I don't care about your room. I don't care about your room. You are purple.
I maintain my innocence. I'm buck for no reason. Someone reminded me to drink 8 minutes ago, and I am blood. I'm gonna drink. Oh. Oh, come on. Someone needs to change that stupid bit alert.
Nope.
That bit alert has it should be gone.
Nope. That bit alert stays forever.
It was a normal version. Question mark? Oh, brother. It's in your title. What do you mean?
It is in your title, Lamau.
Not this bit alert. Thank goodness. But also that too. Can we just change them out? They are what they are. They are what they are for a reason. They will be remaining. You know what? We'll change them when you give us something better to put in their place. Stop it. Stop it. I'm a fucking get out of my brainstem. Stop it. I'm not the first VTuber who's eaten people, probably.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Stop it. Oh my god. This is fucking,
remember when you sent me that video of, like, was it a dog or a cat that kept, like, numbing on human hand?
Yeah.
Now you're human.
That's you. That's it right there. Is she bitey IRL, Ray? Is that like a concern I'm gonna have now? Am I gonna have to get like a fucking muzzle for her or something?
Hey, I'm not a rabbit dog.
Is she bitey IRL?
I have self-restraint.
Do you?
I do. Look at me.
Are you sure?
I exude self-restraint.
What? What part of you is exuding self-restraint right now in this moment? I really need you to explain it to me because I am not seeing anything even vaguely resembling self-restraint.
It's because you're not wearing glasses, Pharaoh. That's why you don't see it.
I don't need glasses. I don't need glasses. My vision is fine. Oh my god. This says the girl that has glasses that look like they've been through World War II.
You want her unleashed. Oh yeah, so like think about it. That means I'm leashed right now. Deep thoughts. Deep cone for con. I don't want to be coned. I've never been coned before. I think.
You know what? I think I think a cone for Kana would be that's the approach right there. I'm gonna put a cone on her, chat. I'm gonna duct tape fucking mittens to her hands and put a cone on her. That will be pure fucking comedy.
I'm starting to wonder what image you have of me in your head.
The one that you put there whilst nomming away on my sanity. You can't. The first merch idea, the Kana cone, is amazing. Don't stop it.
Maybe I'm just bitey.
You are bitey. I can already tell you're fucking bitey. Jesus.
How would you know?
No.
Maybe I'm just teething. Thoughts? Maybe I'm just teething. Maybe I'm just teething. Man.
Sit. Oh. Sit. Stay. Bad dog. I'm gonna have to get like a newspaper, like a rolled up newspaper, and just keep it in my back pocket.
No one would actually smack and bonk me, right, Chad?
I think you are unreasonably confident about that answer.
It's not that I am I'm gonna ignore that. It's not that I am. You can't even see
ignore
that.
What?
Nothing.
What are we ignoring? Huh?
Nothing. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Ah, man, that knocked the thought out of my head. You know how fragile thoughts are, chat. What if you smack it, they go away, and thought never comes back to my head. What do? What do?
I don't know. Don't worry, chat. The first time I bop her with the rolled up newspaper, I'll make sure to really remember the expression and everything, so I can describe it to you guys later.
All of a sudden, I remember Ray puckering, and it's funny.
Damn. Just throwing Ray under the bus immediately.
No, I swear.
Damn.
I didn't mean to. I just suddenly remember.
Just directly stray bullet. Like, Kata's gotta like deflect real quick. Hold on.
No, I swear.
Kana's gotta deflect all the attention that's being paid to her right now. How does she do it?
Exactly, you understand me.
I get it. I know exactly what you're about.
You think I deflect things?
I know you're deflecting.
I will never deflect things.
There's no think about it. I know what you are doing.
Kana's instinct when getting shot at is to point her muzzle at Ray. That is not true. I can't believe you would even think that.
Poor Ray out here catching all the strays.
I can't believe you would even think that.
She's just trying to live her life. Kana's like, I took that personally.
No, surely not. Okay. I finished half my food and now I'm full. I'll get hungry again in 30 minutes. But at the moment, I'm fine. I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna stop nomming on you, Pharaoh.
Yes, go get something. You need more drink. Yes, get more drink. Less nomming, more drinking. Take your fucking vitamins. Take your fucking vitamins.
So many laws. Staying alive so difficult. How did I survive this long, I wonder? I've never taken vitamins before.
Tenacity.
Not never, but like I don't take it on like daily. And then Ray was like, I can't believe you don't drink vitamins on the daily. And I'm like, what part of my instinct do you think would tell me that? And you say that like, you don't learn new things and then forget them. I don't forget. I take them in my notebook.
The sharks, kinda. The sharks.
Excuse me. Oh, it's gone. Thank you. I didn't sneeze. Pharaoh did.
I did not sneeze. Bless you.
Sneeze. You sneezed. You totally sneezed. That's how your sneeze sounds like.
That was you.
Now cat
That
knows.
was you.
No, that was you.
100%.
No, that was you.
No.
That was you. No, that was totally you.
Mm-mm. If I sneezed, you'd know because the fucking like stream would have reset.
Okay. My last vitamin D, and then this one is vitamin C. Okay. Oh, I hate drinking those. It takes me forever. I've gotten faster now.
What's that?
Though. Drinking.
What's that? V8
tablets. Something.
Oh.
It's so hard. I choked on them 2 days ago. Life is hard. Okay. What do you mean it could be worse?
It could always be worse.
Okay. Can I just say, I'm using the headphones that Ray gave me, but they're so isolating that I feel like my ears are heating up. Am I crazy?
No, that's actually
that
not
happens. Why did that? Like, I feel like my ears are so warm. What the heck? Are they supposed to be like this? Was mine not isolating at all, you think?
Probably.
Oh man.
All things considered.
They do that? Oh. They're so...
I got very expensive ear cups for my headset, so I don't mind to do that.
Oh, does the material of the ear cup matter?
Of course it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. What do you mean? Kinda.
Don't you just have to live with whatever the cups that come with the thing?
Sometimes it just depends. Not always.
Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Maximo Man 99. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. What did you do? Oh, my ears. My ears are so warm. It feels like someone's been like holding my ear. Oh, thank God. I'm so sorry. I have the whiplash of like, I see Yamu doing a command and then stream elements, and my heart really thought it was that command. I was like, no! And I'm like, oh, no, it's just a shout out. That's okay. That's fine. Do you think I have trauma?
What command?
No command. No command.
What command?
Not. Oh, Pharaoh!
Why? What command? What command? What do you mean? What command? What command?
Not command. Nobody click any links. You know that links are bad here from now on and forever?
You should totally click on that link. You should totally
Please do not ever. Wow, no, I should have shut up. I should have said nothing, but like,
you should have said nothing. You're right. You're right. That's like, you haven't learned yet. No, you never learn. You never learn. So that's why we're here.
That's a hack link thing. That's phishing, honestly.
You nod at my sanity entirely too much, and now I'm just a creature of impulse.
Okay, what can I do to make it up to you?
What do you mean make it? How do you make up like destroying my sanity? Like there's nothing to make up to.
I'll do almost anything. I'll do almost anything. We value sanity very much around here, and these parts is very rare.
So now you're just lying flat out in front of the Raiders. I see. You're just lying directly through your fucking teeth.
Did you see my teeth? I have teeth.
Thanks for coming, Max. We appreciate it.
Look at my teeth. One fang broke off, but other than that, like Gucci.
This is I don't even know what this is anymore, chat. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know. Where am I? Who are you people? Why am I here?
Okay. Oh, by the way, chat, I'm sorry I was late. Wow, like look how many 3 hours in. I'm sorry I was late. I was gonna stream at 10, but I didn't stream at 10. Would you like to know why, other than me looking for pants? Do you know that Pharaoh was so concerned that he DM'd me go live? Pharaoh, he was like, go live now.
Trying to get her to stream.
Chat, today I saw a game trailer last night and I wanted to play it.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a new game, chat, that's like out. It's called NTE, I think. it's called NTE. Never. Yeah, that. And then I was like, first of all, I didn't have enough space on my PC. So I had to uninstall a lot of things. I was like, I'll make space. You know what I mean? Like, I'll make space. I want to try it. Uninstalls all the things. And then I finally have space to install it. And then I downloaded the installer. And then it went, Weemoop. Your driver is not updated. So you can't. You need 296 something. And you currently have 260. Mine is on 261. And, you know, it's not that far. Probably. But I will have to say that's probably... I've never updated it ever, apparently. So anyway. Okay, to be fair, I thought you just right-click and click, like, update driver, and then everything will be taken care of. But apparently not. Anyway, so I tried installing it, and then Pharaoh told me, what's your PC again?
Oh god. Oh.
And then and
8 fucking gigabytes. 8 gigabytes on the fucking motherboard. Or on the GPU. On the GPU is 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes, chat.
I think there's hope. There must be hope. Like how, you know, and then Pharaoh was laughing at me for like, I don't know how long. And he's like, there ain't no way. Do you have a PNG? Do you have a PNG? Because there ain't no way.
She's got a 2070, chat. She's got a 2070.
That's not strong enough to play NTE.
She's got an 8 gigabyte 2070.
No? Really? What's the minimum spec?
Oh, minimum spec on her damaging my brain.
So, like, I was preparing to stream and I at least attempted to update the driver. And, well, my PC restarted. And now I have this control panel up that I don't know what to do with. It's still up since I turned on the PC. It's telling me to set up G-Sync, and I don't know what that is. So, I don't know what that's about.
Just close it. Just close it.
What's G-Sync? I don't need it.
It's a thing for your monitor, and it doesn't really make any viable difference. So just ignore it. It's fine.
So I just close it, and nothing will explode.
Correct.
Yeah, YouTube Studio di calculator. Hey! The calculator doesn't have RGB. My keyboard does, but like, you know. So, does that mean that I really can't play NTE?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Until you upgrade your computer. I mean, you can try, but it's not going to go well for you.
I didn't know it was that heavy.
Oh my god.
Let it be known that I tried. Farrah kept laughing at me, but I tried.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I can play a stream. Like, I tried opening Monster Hunter Wild once. Is that worse or better? Can you run GTA? I don't have GTA. Huh. Worse. It's worse? Wait, which is worse? Which one is worse? And I'm curious, what translator are you using? secretly DMing Ray. Probably. Wait, let me drink. I forgot to drink. Did I say I want to drink? I poured water but didn't drink it.
Oh my god, drink some fucking water.
It's coconut water. I think.
Your fucking coconut water.
What's wrong with coconut water? I live in the tropics. We're tropical, right? Ray? We're tropical. Last time I checked. Okay, I'm gonna drink.
Oh.
The min spec is a GTX 1660. Nyaha. Yes. Why are you calling me and saying
Oh, anyway. I am actually going to go fall on my face, I think. I'm starting to nod off. You have devoured so much of my sanity that I can no longer function as a human
I thought
being.
you were gonna say that talking to me has made you feel so peaceful that you're slowly nodding off to sleep.
The peace of the grave, you're not wrong. Yes. The final sleep. The longest nap. It calls to me.
It's okay. You'll gain sanity when you sleep. Everything will reset in the morning. I'll see you tomorrow. Feral?
My life. What did I do? That's fine. No, I think I've actually been burning the candle at both ends for too long, and it's starting to catch up to me. Because normally I can stay up way later than this, but I'm legitimately just nodding off here.
You really should sleep. Good night, chat. Say goodbye to Feral. Let's all wish him and his sanity well. Good
luck without me, chat. I hope you all survive. I wonder who she's going to target now that I'm going to be gone.
Chat, I would do no.
I know. Ray's here. You can destroy her sanity instead.
You make me sound like a walking disaster. Like a walking natural disaster. That's what you make it seem like.
You are law creature, a devourer of sanity. I don't know what you mean.
Just because even if, and that's a big if, I devour sanity, I don't think that's disastrous.
Oh, no? Okay.
It might not be disastrous. We never know. Is sanity overrated? We'll find out. Good night, Feral.
Good night, Kana. Good night, chat. Bye.
Do you think Feral hates me? Nola. Do you think Feral is losing his mind? Nola. All is good. All is good. Your ability to gaslight yourself should be studied. Do I gaslight myself? Do you think I have a problem? You may be a walking disaster, but we love you for it. Man, no, actually. You know what the problem is? I'm not the problem. The background music is. It makes you feel whimsy. I should change it to something. Calming. Yeah, sure, okay. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I feel great. Hi, Mari. You had Indomie. Of course you feel great. I want Indomie. I haven't touched Indomie since... Remember my birthday? I'm so locked out. Mano, I don't know what these people are telling you, but I've never numbed or disintegrated anyone's sanity before. And I just need you to take my word for it. They just lie for the content when I have never done such a thing. Exactly. Okay, so I haven't thought. Pharaoh, you're supposed to sleep. Pharaoh. No, I think Pharaoh's sleep typing. No, actually, no, that's AI. Someone hacked Pharaoh's account. Pharaoh, I know you're deeply asleep right now. You're so deeply asleep right now. Me when streamer lied to I've never. Okay. Deep breaths in. No matter what channel I see, it's always the same. Does that mean that they're such buddies? Does that mean... Okay. I don't know why, but my heart is beating out of my chest. No, I know why. I had a thought that appeared. And I thought to myself, that's a terrible idea. My heart is beating. My heart is already beating at the thought of it, and I don't think I can do it. But I suddenly remembered, is today Friday? Last time someone said Friday is karaoke day. I remember that, and then I was like, oh, Friday karaoke day. But then my heart started beating really fast, so I don't think I can do it. Oh, yes. I thought you were supposed to sleep. I don't think I can do it though. My heart is actually beating out of my chest. You know, one of these days I'll put on a heart monitor so I can actually check if I'm gonna die. I can't. How do I sing when I haven't... Just the thought of singing makes my heart beat like crazy. I have to practice. Huh, Murat, that sounds like a wise advice. I'll listen as I go sleep. Sings unholy. And then Pharaoh is unable to sleep. And then he lies awake at night. And then he blames me. I see the pattern here. You sang so well last time. Thank you for the moral support. At this point, I'll take it. My heart. Okay. Ouch. I'm warming up to the idea of it. I'm warming up. I don't know what to sing though. See, this is why. Because it's not... I didn't prepare. I was about... NTE. God. I really should upgrade my PC fast. That way... I don't end up with these thoughts in my head. I don't know what to sing. Let me think. What if a silly song so that I don't think about it? I hate that unholy is the very first thing that's on the homepage. Oh. Covers. I would love to cover songs. Shucks. Gamarimasu. I'll save up the funds. I'm splitting funds. Because if I need to buy RAM, I'll see budget for cover? Question mark. What do I... Oh, my heart! Like, am I gonna die? I love having an overbooked schedule. I'm listening. and don't say things you'll regret, because then you'll have me in your DMs going like, Mono, are you busy? Aga, are you busy, Mono? Matt, dude, I don't have any songs in my home other than Unholy. Wait, someone needs to put a song in my head that's not Unholy right now. Because I can't do that again because apparently I lack self-awareness is my problem. What's a song?
Bet can of funds for cover and or PC. Let's start the train chat.
Accusing. But what if we just listen to Ray's cover? Because it's right here in my homepage. Wait a minute. Oh. I'll sing one song. I'll sing one song? One song counts as karaoke. Thoughts? I think. Sing what your heart tells you. Apparently random things has been told to me by my heart. That's how unholy happened. And look where that look where that got me, chat. Is that really the wisest decision? Alright, wait a minute. If I'm only gonna sing one song, I don't really need the karaoke room, do I? Do I? Oh, my heart. What if it's just worse if I make it the karaoke room? And then my heart starts beating out of my chest. And then I die. Ay, so complicated la. Do you think my brain is complicated? Do you think I have a problem? Am I the problem? Am I just spouting nonsense while I'm trying to click things so nothing is registering in my head, so I'm taking longer than I should? Yes. Yes. That is actually correct. Is this the button? That is not the button. We landed nowhere. We've landed nowhere. By the way, that's how my brain works all the time. Am I crazy? Oh yay. Oh guy. I got it. I don't got it. Wait, where am I? How do I? I just did something stupid. You don't need to know. Ah, yeah, okay la. Close enough, chat. Close enough. Posture check. I was crossing my legs. Meep boop. Voice from beyond. Feet on the pedestal, you're right. My heart. My heart is beating faster than... What if I get a heart attack mid singing? Mid-songing? Is that possible? I'm still thinking of what to sing, actually. Thoughts? You can actually sit up and sing properly. What makes you think I have been hunching over? What if I zoom up and I'm not as big? What if I stand in the corner? What if I'm this size? What if I'm trying to distract from this whole singing business nonsense? I'm putting the mic as far away from me as possible. Do I know how to move the mic? Is it here? No. Is it there? No. That's not a natural way of moving. Guys, I forgot how to do the yeah, close enough lah. I'm just gonna sing a stupid kid. I'm gonna sing Baby Shark. That's what's gonna happen. No, I won't. No, I won't. Kana, think about this. Think about this. Think about the command that has appeared because you don't think about what you're doing. Chat. Chat. Should I double check on song choice before I do them? But will you be honest to me when I ask you questions? I hate you all. Actually, I hate you all. Aw, brother. Why YouTube home is just unholy? Can't it suggest to me better songs? That's so stupid. Like, okay. Shut up, unholy. I just want to look at the next part. What if YouTube thinks? Do what it's telling you. It's telling me to do a lot of Sam Smith. I've trained the algorithm so badly. Oh, brother. Nene, I swear, I'm gonna read this. I'm scrolling, I'm gonna read to you what's on the screen. I'm not the only one. Sam Smith, unholy. Sam Smith. Sam Smith, unholy. Like, in a row. I wonder why. You think? I don't know, brother. I'm just gonna click things until something else appears. What's this song? Oh, this is gonna be the karaoke stream all over again where I don't know what to sing and I'm clicking. Now it's just Taylor Swift. Chat. I'm gonna sing something stupid and then someone's not gonna say something. You would tell me, right? You would tell me before another thing occurs. We can't have another unholy night. That can't be my legacy. I don't know how to sing this. This is the only thing that popped up. Oh, brother. I actually don't even know how. Oh, Lord. Am I dumb? Baka mitai. I'm laughing immediately. 夢を追って傷ついて I've never 嘘が There has to be a better choice. Sorry. I don't even know how to say. Oh, I love you. Sorry, this is it. There was... Sorry, the video is making me laugh. Oh, thank you for the song. I can't! Aw. ダメだね I can't take it seriously あなたが好きでOh Lord. No, it's okay. You know what? I should just change the song before I do something I regret. It's a good song though, not gonna lie. Oh. Chat, why do all the songs suggested are silly? You'll never guess what the next one is. Aw, brother. You're gonna spend here. Actually, chat, just go away. That way you don't have to listen to me looking for a song that I don't know how to sing. What's this? Aw, man. Do I even know this? Huh? Huh? Oh. I'm broken down. I need your loving, I need it now. When I'm without you, I'm something weak. You got me begging, I'm on my knees. I don't wanna be needing your love, just wanna be deep in your love. Still me when you're away. Oh baby, we don't care where you are, just wanna be there where you are. I got it. What? Sugar, yes please, won't you come and put it down on me? I'm right here. Is that how the song goes? Need little love, little sympathy. And you show me good loving, make it alright. Need a little sweetness in my life. Sugar, yes please, come and put it down on me. Is that how the song goes? Wow, okay, sorry. Don't leave me. I should probably not hunch over and cross my legs, huh? When I'm without you, so insecure. You are the one thing I'm living for. Don't wanna be needing your love, just wanna be deep in your love. Just kill me when you're away. Ooh baby, we don't care where you are, just wanna be there where you are. You're gonna get one little taste. Sugar, yes please, come and put it down on me. I'm right here. Should this really be the first song I sing? What if my throat dies? Little sympathy. And you show me good loving, make it alright. Need a little sweetness in my life. Sugar, yes please, come put it down on me. Chad, I'm gonna die. Don't let no, what? Oh, nah, I think this is okay. Aww. There ain't no other way, 'cause girl you're hotter. Southern California. Wow, I really don't know the song. Actually, I should stop choosing songs that I don't know. Okay, that's... I'll choose another song. What about this? Chat, do you hate me when I just skip songs? But what if I don't know them? Do I just YOLO? You should check your YouTube music. No, my YouTube music is kind of fucked up now because of Unholy. I don't know if I remember this. You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. 'Cause they'd fill the open air and leave teardrops everywhere. You'd think me rude, but I would just stand and stare. 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs. They try to teach me how to dance. A foxtrot above my head, a sock hop beneath my bed. The disco ball is just hanging by a thread. I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems when I fall asleep. Leave my door open just a crack. Please take me away from here. Live my insomniac. Wait till I tire of counting sheep. When I'm far too tired to fall asleep. Wow, I really... To 10 million fireflies I'm weird cause I hate goodbyes. Got misty eyes as they said farewell. Wow, every sentence as a question. Several are. My dreams get real bizarre cause I saved a few and I keep them in a jar. I like to make myself believe the planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, cause everything is never as it seems. When I fall asleep, oh, it still goes. Believe the planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, cause everything is never as it seems. I wanna sneeze. Oh, brother. I'll hold it in. Hold it in. Hold it in. Okay, I'm good. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep. It's cause my dreams are bursting at the seams. I haven't heard that song in forever. That's crazy, chat. Also, I should learn to breathe. Okay. I'm calmer now, ish. I notice that I spaz when I don't know what my brain is doing. Thank you for following. I don't know what else. Honestly, this is just me going with whatever YouTube is telling me to do next. Is that a wise decision? No. Do I even know how to do this? Oh, brother. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. I almost tripped. Staring blankly ahead, just making my way through the crowd. And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. It's always times like these when I think of you, and I wonder if you ever think of me. Cause everything's so wrong and I don't belong, living in your precious memory. Cause I'll need you, and I'll miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. And I belum sampai situ. And I don't wanna let you know I drown in your memory. I don't wanna let this go. I don't. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making my way through the crowd. I still need you, and I still miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you you think time would pass us by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see. If I could fall into the sky, do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. If I could just hold you tonight. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about it. Hydrate, you're right. Also, singing while holding in your pee is very interesting. Okay. She's going to come back. But I'm echoing right now. Meep moop. I did need you. I'm not gonna belt it out, Chad. What do you think I am? This thing really needs to stop rising when I sit down. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, bathroom break. Because apparently I might belt something out that I don't mean to. Is that even possible? No, don't ask. Kana, don't ask. Some things are better left unknown. Your hound. Okay, I'll be right back. Wow, if only someone could just take over singing for me. If I went karaoke with a friend, they could take over and sing while I'm in the bathroom, but that's not the case, is it? Man, I'll be right back, Chan. Ray! I'll be right back. Don't go. Don't leave me. Or leave me go. If I pretend I'm in the bathroom the whole time, I can not sing again. Thoughts. Good morning. It's not morning, I lied. Thoughts? I'm not sure drinking coconut water. That's cold. It's good for your throat. But it is at the moment at least. Hi, chat. I came back. And I can think better now. I'm literally just looking at whatever song YouTube wants me to do next. Huh? Why the heck is it giving me Adele? Gonna die. This one? I've done this before, but I kind of low-key forgot how it goes. Okay, chat, we're gonna try our best. Okay. What song is it? Lady Gaga, I'm kidding. Like, it's there, but I'm not gonna click it. I think. I don't know if I can know this one either. Standing better? I don't know. I don't know, chat. Okay. I don't know if I can actually do it. I don't remember. Do you guys know this song, chat? Kiss me out of the bearded barley nightly beside the green, green grass. Swing, swing, swing the spinning step. You wear the shoes and I will wear that dress. Oh, kiss me underneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. So kiss me. Should I just sit down, honestly? Kiss me down by the broken treehouse. Swing me up on its hanging tire. Bring, bring, bring your flowered hat. We'll take the trail marked on your father's map. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. So kiss me. Is that how the song goes? Did I do it right? Can you get a break in the middle? This is great. No, this is great. Kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. So kiss me. So kiss me. So kiss me. So kiss me. I feel shy just for saying so kiss me 3 times in a row. Mwah. We need it. Ish. We did it, ish. Thank you for the clappies. I'll take it. My heart is beating so fast. I'll take it. I'll take anything. If I'm destroying your ears, let me know at any moment. I take no responsibility. Actually, go get ear insurance. Is that a thing? Also, the mic should move a little. Is this where mics are supposed to be? Yeah, okay la. Okay la, close enough la. Are you having a fun time? I am. the thing is, I love singing. I just can't. I just want to learn how to relax. When I sing and other people are listening, that's my thing. I need to chill. Now I'm back to I don't know the song. Let's see. Chat. And I get head pats too. This is great. This is great. Oh, please stop suggesting unholy to me. For the love, please. It's 3 of them in a row. Man. I don't know the songs. Someone suggest me a song. What if I know it and I'll actually sing it? Thoughts? Revisit the unholy night. I swear, even if I revisit it, I'm gonna sing it like a gremlin and then you'll regret it. And then actually, you'll regret it. Something Stupid by Frank Sinatra. Oh, do I know? Sometimes I know things, but I don't know the title. You know what I mean? What if I refresh? What if I actually don't know a lot of songs? Thoughts? Huh? Do I know this? Wait, let me think. Let me think about it. Do I know it? Huh? Oh. Okay. Do you guys know what that is? I'll find a better video because that sucks. Okay. Let me find a better one. Is there not even a better one? Thoughts? Actually, this is... Oh, no, there's this. No, that's a different song. Ugh. Okay, you know what? No, I'm stuck with that one. I'll lie. Oh, wait. Where was it? With this one? I think we're stuck with this one. Payphone Maroon 5. I could do that instead. I think. Payphone. Karaoke. What if I can't do it, actually? Thoughts? You have so much faith in me. Bro. I don't even... Okay, if I forget parts of it, I know. Oh, let me try to get it. Let me think about it. Huh? Where are the plans we made for two? Yeah, I know it's hard to remember people we used to be. It's even harder to picture you're not here next to me. Say it's too late to make it. Is it too late to try? And our time that you wasted, all of our bridges burned down. I've wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. Is that how it goes? All of my change I spent on you. Where have the toys gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made? exist, I would still be holding you like this. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love song, I'll be sick. Turned your back on tomorrow, you forgot yesterday. Gave you my love to borrow, you just gave it away. Can't expect me to be fine, don't expect you to care. No, I've said it before, but all of our bridges burned down. I've wasted my nights. Am I singing it right, chat? Still stuck in that time when we called it. Am I even singing it right? What the fuck? Okay, breathe. I'm at a payphone trying to go home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever afters did exist. My heart is beating, I'm shaking. Ah. Okay, I'm good. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more fucking I'll be sick. Now I'm at a payphone. Man, fuck that shit. I'll be out spending all this money while you're sitting around wondering why it wasn't you who gave up. What? Waiting from the bottom, now you see me, I'm stunning. What? On my car start with a push-up. What? Switching the word to my phone so you could never call it. Don't need my name on my shirt, you can tell I'm ballin'. What does it? Okay, but you missed your last shot, so you talk about who you see at the top. Or what you... I never thought about it. No, they want, so you can go and take a little... What? All of my change I spent. I'm laughing too hard. Where have the times gone, baby? It's I wanna laugh. I'm holding in my laugh and it's so hard. I'm gonna sit. Did exist, I would still be holding you like this. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more fucking love song, I'll be sick. Now I'm at a payphone. What did I get myself into? There is a rap part in the middle? Oh, brother. I'm gonna sit. What now? Stop playing. I don't even know what song is coming. Never, we don't talk about it. What is this? What? I just sat down, wait. Man. No. And I sat for this? Okay. Oh, this is like Bruno's galau face. What is that in English? He was a little. I'm gathering my wits, chat. I got on at the perfect time. No, this is not it. Your jam. This is your jam. Easy come, easy go. That's just how you live. Oh, trying to remember. But you never give. Should've known you was true from the first kiss. Had your eyes wide open. Why were they open? Gave you all I had and you saw. This is a Ray song. This is a Ray song, chat. I don't think I can do it. Okay. This is a Ray song. Oh, dang it. Throw my hand on a plate for ya. I jump in front of a train for ya. You know, I can't embody this at Ray. Take a bullet. What if I can't? I'm sorry. I can't get into it. You won't do the same. I can't. Okay. I'm not galawin us for this. Okay. Black, black, black and blue. Beat me till I'm numb. Tell the devil I said, hey, when you get back to where you're from. Bad woman, bad woman. That's just what you are. I miss the lazy song. Gave you all I had and you tossed it in the trash. Tossed it in the trash, you did. To give me all your love is all I ever ask. Cause what you don't understand is I'd catch a grenade for ya. Throw my hand. I'm sorry, I can't take it seriously. Sorry, I honestly singing Unholy is easier. Thoughts? Cause I wanna laugh. Ray. See, I know it's easier. It is easier. What the fuck? That's so easy. You think? No, you think this is easier than Unholy? Really? What? Do we have different meters of difficulty? It's because I can't get my mind into it. Thoughts? This one at least. I'd be like, throw my hand on a blade for you. Like, why? For what? I mean, then sing Unholy. No, there are people here who have never heard that, and I would like to keep it that way. Right? There are people here whose ears haven't been... I really don't think I can continue this. Wait. No, wait. So if I don't sing this, I have to sing Unholy? Okay. This is so... Take a bullet. I can't. Okay. No, I'll at least do this part. I'll do one line, chat. Yes, I would die for you, baby, but you won't do the same. If my body was on fire, you'd watch me burn down in flames. Said you love me, you're a liar, cause you ever did, babe. Sorry, I see Ray in it. I'm sorry, I see Ray's face. But I did it though. I did it. This counts. Throw my hand on a plate for ya. Jumping right up. No, okay, no. I have background. Back when I was younger, all my classmates sang this song. They're using the guitar. Mereka tuh ngamen depan kelas gitu loh. They're like singing this in front of class. There's like 5 dudes, and they're all like singing their heart out to girls, and it's so funny, and I can't take it. I can't take it seriously. They're trying to get girls with this song. I can't. I'm sorry. No, we don't have to talk about it. Every time I hear, no, it's like, when okay, and they were chat. Yep. There's that age apparently where like guys suddenly decide that playing in musical instruments will get girls, so they bring guitars to class and start like jamming to girls. And like, no, like I shit you not, like for example, 2 guys would be like, hey, and then they would come up and one would play the guitar and one would sing, and I would sit there and I'd be like, you really throw out your head on a blade for me. You would actually, oh, I can't. Oh, that song makes me laugh. I shouldn't laugh at that song, but you know what I mean? What do you mean I have the weirdest stories? I don't. That happens to everyone. Okay. What's next, YouTube? You choose for me. YouTube has spoken. I don't know if I like their choice. That means I don't have to sing Unholy, right? Thoughts? I made it through. How do you do this? Where does it start? My YouTube music is gonna be weird for a while, huh? When does it start, actually? Has it started yet? Oh. It just started. There's no cue, chat. There's no cue. You have my heart. We'll never be worlds apart. Maybe in magazines you'll still be my I can't. Because in the dark you can't see shiny cars. That's true. Sorry. With you I'll always share. No, I have Tom Holland dancing in my head. Oh, brother. Always be your friend. Take a note, I'ma stick it out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. Under my umbrella. Oh, Ella, What if I just sing like a gremlin? Thoughts? Under my umbrella. Ella, under my umbrella. Ella, These fancy things, now we come in between. I'm just destroying my throat, right? I can't either! Same reason! When the world has dealt its cards, if the hand is hard together? If the hand? Oh, the hand of cards that life has dealt you. Sorry. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. Took a note, I'ma stick it out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Oh, Ella, under my umbrella. Ella, under my... Want to do covers but too scared. When I'm recording, I'm alone. Thoughts? When I karaoke, you're there. Oh, sorry. This is the middle part. You can run into my arms. It's okay, don't be alarmed. Come into me, into my arms. So gone with the rain pour. I'll be all you need and more. Oh, that's a lot more. Sorry. Sorry. You know, guys, sometimes you don't really realize the lyrics until you sit there and you're at the karaoke and you see the lyrics and you're like, that's what they say? More than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Ella. Oh, Lord. Under my umbrella. Because I can't do the Ella part without laughing. Under my umbrella. Ella. I wish you thought this much in normal conversations. Okay, you know what? What if I just sing a different song? Thoughts? What's next, YouTube? I click next. I don't know what's there. What the fuck? Wait, let me drink. Wait, let me drink. Let me drink. Wait, let me drink. Wait. I am drunk. Baby, can't you see? I'm calling. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. I wanna drink. Ah, brother. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit. Baby, give me it. You're dangerous. Let me drink. Too high, can't come down. Losing my head, spinning round and round. Wanna drink? Oh, wait, what does this part go again? Oh, brother. Okay, wait, I got it, wait. With a taste of your lips, I'm on a roll. addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Is that how it goes? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Is that how it goes? It's getting late to give you all. I took a sip from a devil's cup. Slowly, it's taking over me. What's that even mean? Too high, can't come down. It's in the air and it's all around. Can you feel me now? What do you mean this is my jam? It's not my... With the taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. Your time... It's not my jam! Wow, that's it. That's what you think of me. Lucky, this one is a sexy song. What the fuck? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Oh, brother. Don't you know, Blum? Don't you know that you're toxic? Is it she's talking about poison? Thoughts? I don't know, bro. English is a language. I listened to MJ and Britney growing up. So this is the songs you listen to, Ray. Oh. What does it spark? You're toxic. I'm losing willpower. Sorry. Do you know that you're toxic? You're toxic. I'm trying to remember the song. Poison. Does that mean that Ray can just sing this, like, you know, out of nowhere? Toxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now. I think I'm ready now. Intoxic. Is that how it goes? I swear to God. I think I'm ready now. Oh man. Can I breathe? Man, I was just trying to sip of water. What? They should give me a break, actually. What the heck is this? Chat, I'm not even choosing anymore. YouTube is just going next. What's this? Huh? Okay. Thoughts? Through a wish in a well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I looked to you as it fell, and now you're in my way. Trade my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare is holding, ripped jeans, skin was showing. I wish I could get a glass of water. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. I'm trying to be happy about it. Was she happy about it? Right. Let me stretch. Okay. Call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number, so call me maybe, and all the other boys. But here's my number, so call me maybe. Okay, YouTube, can you cut me a break and just give me a chill song? Look, I took no time with the fall, you gave me nothing at all. I'm gonna choose, chat, I'm gonna choose this time. Stop giving me unholy, for the love of... I should do a song that I actually know, right, chat? Chat. I don't know any of these songs. Chat, you'll never believe. I hydrated a sip. You'll never believe what song is there. And I chose it. Hiya, Barbie. Hi, Ken. Well, that's the opposite way. I'm a... Sorry, I broke. I'm wrong. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make me tight. You're my doll. This is Candace. Glamour and pink. Kiss me here, touch me there. Hanky panky. You know what? I'm gonna get a rap for something. I should change the song. I'm a oh, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me. I mean, that's true. You can't undress Barbie everywhere. Sure. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Check. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Come on, Barbie, let's. Okay, we got this. Make me walk, make me talk, do whatever you please. I can act like a star, I can beg on my knees. Why would you? Let us do it again. Hit the town, fool around, let's go party. You know what? I always sang this as it when I was younger. Now I don't. Like, you know, I just go the chorus and I never thought about it. I'm always yours. Yeah. Bring me back my innocence. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Bukan, that's not it. Yamu, we're not doing the VOD, right? We have agreed. Thank you. Undress me. Life is your creation. In a Barbie world, life in plastic. It's fantastic. You know what we should do? We should bring back Frank Sinatra. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. I can't take it seriously anymore, chat. Oh man, I'm gonna change it. My heart. Your ESL, I never read the trendy EN song lyrics. Wait, so you guys, of course, if it's your first language, you hear it and you get it immediately? Is that how it works? It's... What's next? What's this? What the heck is this? Okay. Oh. Give me that. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Is that all I do? You're alone, need a friend, someone to make you forget your Just came along, baby, take my hand, I'll be your lover, a lover, okay. This is what I wanna do. Whoa, whoa, one-on-one, just me and you. Is that how it goes? Boom, 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 I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together from now until forever. What the frick is a double boom? Wait a minute. Let me digest. I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together from now until. Boom, 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 boom. I want a double boom. What the fuck is a double boom? Girl, what? What? Do you not read the lyrics? I'm reading them right now. Well, you can't see it, but I'm reading them. Thoughts? Whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa. This is what I wanna do. Whoa, whoa. One-on-one, just me and you. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together from now until forever. Boom, 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 boom. I want a double boom. Let's spend the night together. all the lyrics? Is that it? That's it, isn't it? There's no... If you never realized, if it's a popular Ian song, it's probably a lot more freakier under the hood. Under the hood. Okay. What if I sing a normal song? If YouTube would stop giving me funny songs. Oh, the songs under it aren't any better. I can read to you the next ones, but I don't know how to sing them either. Unholy, of course. Can't I sing a normal song? YouTube, why won't you give me a normal song? Sounds like Despacito. What's wrong with Despacito? What the heck is wrong with Despacito? Chat, I vote for a song that I actually know, but I don't know what song I know. Thoughts? Someone give me a normal song that I may know how to sing. What if it's the last song? Yeah, actually. Because I can't keep ruining your ears like this, and I don't even know the songs. You know what I mean? Because I feel terrible. Like, you guys are gonna feel absolutely shit. You know? Clueless. Which one is Clueless again? What is this? Okay, sorry. YouTube is doing a funny. It says Waka Waka. Chat? Can't they give me a normal song? I don't think it... Oh. Everyone's watching. You know it's serious. We're getting closer. This isn't over. The pressure's on. You feel it. I don't know it. You got it all. Believe it. When... What? If... Hey, hey. Cause this is Africa. I don't know this. Like, I know it roughly. Hey, hey. It's time for Africa. That's all I know. That's literally the extent I know. Is it that Zootopia song? This is normal? Oh, this is normal? Since you're God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line. Vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feel this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You paved the way, believe it. Down up, oh oh. When you get down, get up. Hey, what? It's time for Africa. Samina mina, hey hey, waka waka, eh eh. Samina mina sangaiwa, anawa ah ah. Is that how it goes? Waka waka, eh eh. Samina mina sangaiwa. It's time for Africa. I said Zootopia song, isn't it? Sorry, I got distracted. Cause the next song that YouTube is giving me is Don't Ya by Pussycat Dolls. I don't know what else to sing, brother. The song is nice though. Like, I swear the song is a jam. I can't believe you forgot. It's more like I've never tried to sing it. All I know is Waka Waka eh eh, bro. Samina mina eh eh, waka waka eh eh. Samina mina sangaiwa, anawa ah ah. Samina mina. You can't tell me that you remember everything about this song. Question mark? Sangaiwa, it's time for Africa. Samina mina sangaiwa. You can tell this is the only part I know, actually. You had to, it's so easy. Samina mina sangaiwa, anawa ah ah. Maybe what's easy for you, Ray, may not be easy for other people. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Can someone give me a song before it plays Pussycat Dolls? Somebody? Anybody? Literally anybody. Oh, and I don't know what song. It's gonna It's gonna do it. It's gonna... Oh, oh, come on. Okay, now I have to tell you what's after this is My Humps and then Genie in a Bottle. Can't I have an easy song? Oh, come on. Chat. I can't. Can someone... everything below is not good either. It stands. I'm gonna die laughing. Please stop wiggling your butt. Thank you. I know you like me. I know you do. Sorry. That's why whenever I come around, she's all over you. I don't remember this. I know you want it. It's easy to see. In the back of your mind, I know you should be home with me. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Don't you? Someone give me another song. Don't you? Don't you wish your girlfriend was raw? Don't you wish your girlfriend was fun like me? Don't you? Don't you? Fight the feeling. Leave it alone. Cause if it ain't love, it just ain't enough to leave my happy home. What does that even mean? Let's keep it friendly. You have to play fair. What does that mean? I don't care, but I know she ain't gonna wanna share. Share what? Oh! Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? This is easier than Grenade. Thoughts? Cause it just goes, don't ya? Don't you wish your girlfriend was raw like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was fun like me? Don't ya? Thoughts? Oh my god, this is one of those ones where I should sing like a gremlin. What the fuck is this part? I'm your friend, I'm fun, and I'm fine. I ain't lying. Look at me, you ain't blind. Chat, I don't know this. I actually don't know this part. I'm your friend, I'm fun, and I'm fine. I don't understand. I don't know this part, genuinely. I don't listen to the song. You look at me, you ain't blind. I don't know how to sing that. I know she loves you. I should be a gremlin. Right. I understand. I'd probably be just as crazy about you if you were my own man. That maybe next lifetime. Yeah. Possibly. Dude, I don't know the song. Actually, can we just go next? YouTube, can you please give me a normal song? Thoughts? Chat? Someone give me a normal song so that YouTube can stop being silly. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't you wish... I stopped efforting. Don't you? I'm reminding myself that I don't have to sing it like I mean it. Don't you wish blah blah blah. I'm not looking at the lyrics because I'm looking at another song. Can there be something else? How long is this song? Don't you? Girl, these are all top 40 songs. These are the most normal. I'm gonna sit. I'm actually tired of standing. Thoughts? I don't need to stand to sing that. Chat. Maybe I should stop. Actually, boundaries of... I feel bad for ruining your ears. And honestly, what songs are these anyway? Please stop playing the next song. Oh, it's My Humps. Oh, YouTube. Oh, yeah, that's what a karaoke is. It's not a concert. You're funny if you think I can sing in front of people. Thoughts? I don't even know how this goes. Sorry. What are you gonna do with all that junk? Is that what it says? Sorry. What is this song? No. Dude, I don't even know. Chat, I'm gonna... You know what? I should pick a song. Sorry. Am I ruining your ears a little bit? Yes. I don't know what it is. I'll just click. I close my eyes and I click. Oh, what is this? If you don't know, you can just skip. I can do that? Okay. I'll stop messing around. I'm sitting down though. Just shoot for the stars. If it feels right, and aim for my heart. If you feel like, take me away. Make it okay. I swear I'll behave. You wanted control, so we waited. I put on a show. Now I'll make it. You say I'm a kid. My ego is big. I don't give a shit. And it goes like this. Take me by the tongue and I'll know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I got the moves like Jagger. Got the moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with the moves like Jagger. I got the moves like Jagger. Moves like Jagger. Hard, and I feel like you're broken and scarred. Nothing feels right, but when you're with me, make you believe that I've got the key. So get in the car, we can ride it wherever you want. Get inside it, you wanna steer. I'm shifting gears, I'll take it from here. And it goes like this. Take me by the tongue and I'll know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. Moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll hold you with the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. Got the moves. Oh. You wanna know how to make me smile. Take control of me just for the night. If I share my secret, gonna have to keep it. Nobody else can see this. Is that how it goes? So watch and learn. Wanna show you twice. Head to toe, oh baby, roll me right. If I share my secret, gonna have to keep it. Nobody else can see this. Hey, 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 hey. Take me by the tongue and I'll know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. Got the moves like Jagger. Got the moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. Got the moves like Jagger. Okay, I'm calmer now, thank you. If I sing a song, I know I'm calmer. I just had that epiphany just now, chat. I just had that epiphany. I don't know if that was okay, but actually I'm calmer, so that's okay. Beep, 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 beep. I did it. I've regained my calm. I sat singing down and hunched over, but I'm calmer. What the? What did I click? Maybe this song. To wait. No. How about this song? That's too chill. Thoughts? Yeah, okay, while we wait, I just want to drink. Honestly, really good. Feet on pedestal, I forgot. You're right. No, you're right. I crossed my legs again. I'm not used to touching the floor. You can tell if I don't know the song, because I'll spaz. You know what I mean? I'll low-key panic and then I can't think. So when I say that I don't know a song, I don't know, I just YOLO. Okay, I'm calmer. Is that enough karaoke for you, chat? Have I destroyed your ears yet? Should I sing a Ray song? Does this count as a Ray song? No! It's a song that goes numb. Here, it's this one. Can't tell me that this is not Ray. You don't sing this song. No, actually, you don't sing the song. You don't sing the song, Ray. Try to be what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure, walking in your shoes. See, it's a Ray song. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this, all I want to do. It's not a Ray song? Are you kidding me? Can't you see that you're smothering me? I wanna laugh. Sorry. Never sang that way before, now that I think about it. Okay. Has fallen apart right in front of you. Oh, my heart. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. This is not your song? Of a guy, girl? What do you mean? I've become so numb, I really genuinely... I can't sing it, probably. So much more aware. Because I feel like I can't sing it like this. It's be more, I could, but I don't want to. You're doing good? Chat, I've never sang this song. Oh, wait. That part is like edgy. Wait, let me channel my inner Ray even though she doesn't sing this song. Thoughts? Like me and be less. Oh. And I know I may end up failing too. But I know you were just like me with someone disappointed in you. I don't think I can do it. I've become... Ray. I've never sang this before. I've never sang that way before. But because I can't do it softly. Chat. It's actually kind of fun to sing. I don't know how to sing it, but it's kind of fun to sing. I've become so numb. Wait. I'm actually embarrassed because I've never sang like this before. And I need a moment. I've never sang like that before. No, that's weird because I feel like I've never heard myself. Is that funny? Is that weird to hear? I feel like I've never heard myself like that. So that's weird. Dude, let alone you, I've never heard myself sing that way before. That's so... Okay, now all the songs are gonna be like this. Guys. But really, was it fun? At least it doesn't kill your ears. I've never heard myself sound like that before. Do you know what I mean? Why am I discovering things about myself on stream? You know what I should do? I should sing it off stream. Thoughts? Oh, I accidentally clicked again. I really like the way you sung it. I've never sung these kinds of songs before. That was fun. That was interesting. What's this song? I can't do this one. Oh, chat, no. Ray? No, I don't think. It's your lower tone. I've never sang with my lower tone before. What the heck? Like, what? Leading you down into... Is that the song? Where I've become so numb without a soul. Is that the song? Sleeping somewhere cold until you fall. What, chat? I should do this off stream. Actually, I should do this off stream when I'm discovering that I'm singing songs I've never sung before. Wake me up inside. Is that how that goes? Chat, what if I have inner angst? Thoughts? You like the moon edge? Oh, man. Is this why she likes rock? Brother. Oh. Nothing I've become. Is that how it goes? Damn. Wait, chat, this is not what... Sorry. I shouldn't be discovering new things on stream, so now I'm embarrassed. Hold. I'm actually embarrassed because First of all, I've never sang that way before in my life. Not even to myself. Thoughts? So, like, I don't know. First of all, I don't know the sound that's coming out of my mouth. My ears hear it, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? Oh. It's literally... I've never sung that before in my life. That's funny. Are you guys actually having fun though? Not genuinely, because I don't want to. Because you're just hearing me wailing with a voice, and I'm like, who is that? And I hear myself, and I'm like, thoughts? Okay. I'm turning up the AC because I'm spazzing because, like, genuinely, chat, have you ever? It's so hard. Ray, you understand me, right? When I say that, I don't sing songs like these, and I've never made that sound before in my life. I never sing like that, so I feel like I hear it, and I don't know who the fuck is opening her mouth, but I know it's me. Okay, sorry. Inner breath. I'm just gonna hear it. I'm gonna hear it, and then we'll see. Yeah, it's like a fuck around and find out kind of thing. I'm sorry. Okay. What Ray said. That's true. I'm literally fucking around right now. Is this okay for a stream? Thoughts? Okay. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. Wow, that's embarrassing. I can't do it. I feel like I'm screaming. You know what I mean? Because I never scream in my life. I don't scream in that way. That's crazy. Oh, that's so weird. That's my lowest. That was a belt? I know how to belt? What the fuck? I never use it? You kidding? Bring me. I'm embarrassed again. I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm good. You don't understand. You don't. I'm already dying from just singing in general. I've always thought that these kinds of songs I can never sing in my life. You know what I mean? I genuinely thought I can never sing these kinds of songs ever. You don't understand how I'm spazzed right now. Sorry. That's so interesting. interesting. I'm afraid to tell you're kind of you're glazing me, but I'll take it. Don't let sorry, I'm generally just so. Oh, that's so weird. That I get it. Oh, is this why Muna sings rock songs? That's okay. I know this is gonna sound crazy. It feels liberating in such a weird way. Oh. Sorry. Like that, like doing that is easy, but like I've never belted before. I can't do it in because I want to laugh, but you know what I mean. Oh brother, thank you for listening to my. Just let out all those emotions. Chad, what if I've had pent up emotions this whole time? Holy crap! Chad, holy shit. Okay, I'm calmer now. That's crazy. I thought I was stuck with the squeaky voice forever. I don't think I have anger. At least visible anger. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry that you had to hear me spaz. I'm sorry that I panic. Inner peace. I'm genuinely, I'm like serious, for real. I've never sung like that ever in my life. I've never, you know what I mean? Like, Ray would know, I never sing like that. Ray, you can vouch for me because you listen to me sing to myself. Thoughts? I've never ever, like in my life ever, and why do I have to do it now on stream? You know, now you have to witness my first silly moments. I'm embarrassed, I'm so embarrassed. I'm alive now, I'm done spazzing, I'm calm. Thank you. But she keeps asking about songs that would fit. I thought that's how it works. I genuinely thought. Karaoke is for fucking around and having fun. It's not a paid if just do whatever you want. How many years? Forever. I thought I was stuck with singing Baby Shark for the rest of my life. But today, how about some Paramore? You're getting ready. Do I know any pair? Okay, I'll just gonna type. I don't know that I can sing them. Don't you dare say Envy Baby was. Think about the songs you sing when no one else. Apparently, I've never. Okay, I like listening to rock songs, but I've never ever tried singing them because I thought it was impossible. No, that's genuine. That's actually genuine. Like, for real. I know I'm spazzing, but I'm smiling. I'm less thinking about how if I bleed someone's ears, but more like it's like I found something new and that's so interesting. You know what I mean? Like, and why? Honestly, the stupid thing is, I tried it here, and you guys have to watch. I'm so sorry. We don't even care as long as you're. That's so sweet. Thank you. Oh. That was fun. I don't know if I can do that again ever, but like, you know, it was fun. That was fun. Cause like, okay, the songs I listen to myself is like jazz. Like this. Wait. Like this. Do you understand the sheer difference it is? For like 2 seconds, think about it. What I just did just now, and this is what I do usually. To myself, at least. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around. Can you blame me for not knowing? Awkward silence, don't you dare look at me that way. What do you listen to? What you can sing are different stuff, but it's never wrong to try singing your favorite songs. That's crazy. Do you want me to sing? I sang it last time though, Chad. Alright. She's so perfect, blah blah blah. How I wish you wake up one day. Run to me, confess your love. At least just let me say. When I talk to you, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. I'm trying to ignore my heart beating. Okay. Don't you? I'm trying to remember the song because now rock songs are playing in my head. Oh, brother. Sorry, the lyrics just go yabadi yabadi, and I'm trying not to laugh. Alright. What's a girl to do? Lying on my bed, staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest, I'm telling you today. When I talk to you, a Cupid walks right through, shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon. Don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start? It's hard to sing it because my head is going like, bring me to life. Thinking of you, I know I've loved you from the start. Let the rock slip into you. Is this a cult? Okay, I'm calmer. Chad, you have to... Oh, man. Whoa, I don't even know if I can make that sound again, bro. Chat, I don't even know if I can make that sound again. Yeah, because it's hard to... You know what I mean? It's hard to switch. It's hard to... Because it's like you sing it differently. Because like you kind of sing it differently. It's hard to explain. I don't even know how to... Like, it's not like I'm doing it consciously. But it's hard to go back because I was stuck in what I was doing before. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Now you have something to ask to voice teacher. Hi, Cal. My heart. Just try again. Try which one again? Once you say it, it's easier to switch voices. Oh my god, Nephis, you sound so wise. Should we private the VOD because I'm embarrassed? Thank you. But to be fair, I'm always embarrassed, so... Really? Home? Home? No. Don't my embarrassment matter, thoughts? Wow. I'm allowed to sing songs that aren't squeaky. No, I will force Yama to publish it. You don't even need to force. He already said no. What happened to free will? Oh no, he's exercising his free will. That's how it works. Aw, man. Man. Chat, does that mean I can try songs? Does that mean... Wait a minute. Oh, I might sound like shit, but you know what? I'll fuck around and find out. We're fucking around and finding out. That's literally what karaoke is for. I haven't gone karaoke in a very long time. That and when I was a kid, singing at karaoke's were just a bunch of songs that you know how you get like things that people sing and then it's like the top 10 selected songs and you just go with it. And then for me, where I was doing karaoke when I was a kid, they're all just Pitbull songs. Now that I think about it, they're all just Pitbull songs. Kinda casually erasing Yahoo. That doesn't exist. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. Dale, yeah, exactly. Mr. Worldwide. No, exactly. That's what I've been doing. I don't even know how I know how to sing these days. Now I just type Mr. Worldwide. Oh, stop feeding words into my brain. Okay. Chad, I don't know what to sing anymore. Mostly because I'm still in shock. It's like discovering that you have a third arm and you never knew. You know what I mean? Thoughts? I don't know. The only Paramore song I know is... I only know one. I think? I don't remember. I don't remember. Bring Me to Life, you're kidding. Oh, man. This is the only one I know, I think. It's not even rockish. It doesn't count. This is the only one I know, and I don't even know if I remember it. When I was younger, Wait, did it start yet? I can't tell. It doesn't tell me anything. Curse at the wind. Ah, it does. He broke his own heart and I watched as he tried to reassemble it. And my mama swore she would never let herself forget. And that was the day that I promised I'd never sing of love that does not exist. Darling, you are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are only exception. Maybe I know somewhere deep in my soul that love never lasts. And we've gotta find other ways to make it alone or keep a straight face. And I've always lived like this, keeping a comfortable distance. And up until now I had sworn to myself that I'm content with loneliness, 'cause none of it was ever worth the risk. But you are the only exception. 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 Oh, I don't know how to do the next part. I don't know how to do the next. Oh. I don't know how to. Okay. I don't know. Oh, well, we'll wing it. I've got a tight grip on reality, but I can't. What if my neighbors actually report me? Love me here. I know you're leaving. Now I'm thinking about my neighbors. I'll do it quietly. Wait. Let me do it quietly. I'll do it quietly, Chat. I've got a tight grip on reality, but I can't. That's not quiet either. Oh, and I lost track. You wake up or whisper, leave me with some kind of proof it's not a dream. Oh wow. You have soundproofing. Oh no, you're right. I do have soundproofing. Oh well. You are the only exception. I forgot. Only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception. Oh, it still goes. Only exception. You are the only exception. You are the only exception. You are only exception. I'm on my way to believing. Oh, I'm on my way to believing. Sorry, I genuinely forgot I have soundproofing. I've never sung that loud before. You don't understand. I've never sung that loud before in my life. You know what I mean? I've never belled. Chat, I never belled, and I'm afraid my neighbors will kill me. Is that okay? That's the only Paramore song that I think I can sing, probably. What is this? Oh. I think I know. No, I don't know. Now you can. I don't know if I can belt again like that. That's so weird. Huh. I'm breathing. Go as ham as you like. Chat. You have to be honest with me. But at least... Does it bother you that I'm figuring things out as I go? Should I be more put together as like a person? I don't know. Not at all. That's what karaoke is for. It's so... Know what it is, chat? I'm just used to going out of the house and trying my best to be a normal person. So I feel like when I'm not pretending, sometimes it's not enough, chat. That's probably a set of issues I don't wanna get into right now. So normal. Trying my best. Trying my best. I've been letting the song play on the background. What is this one? You've shown us your headphones and glasses. You don't need to be put together. No, wait, chat, I have something to tell you. Remember the other day? I had to put on background music for it? Okay, chat. Remember the other day? When Ray brought me her headphones, right? And then I had to send her home. You know what I mean? Like I had to like go out. After I dropped off Ray, my neighbor came out. And they looked at me concerned. They were like, "Oh my god, are you okay? There are black things on your face." It was the headphone flakes. It was the headphone flakes like covering my left and right, like, you know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. No, I'm fine. I'm not ill. caught with black flakes all over my... I don't have headphones on my throne. I haven't even put RAM and stuff on my... My throne is empty, chat. You've bought them all. Sekian, terima kasih. I just want to know that I'm using Ray's headphones now. Thank you. That will not happen again. It's the new makeup trend, don't you know? Meanwhile, they were actually genuinely concerned. Okay. My heart is beating, but also I'm happy, and it's kind of weird. Happiness is a weird feeling, chat. Did you know? Wait, let me see. I'd be worried if your heart's not beating. Thank you. I wish my model would stop climbing up when I sit down and walking downstairs when I stand up. My heart. Was that a good song to end on? I could stop ruining your ears now. What time is it? I've been streaming for 5 hours? Why are you still here, chat? Why are you still here? I'll do one sitting down because I'm tired of standing up. Living so hard lah. Living so hard. Standing up tired. Sit down tired. Oh wait, touch floor. Okay, legs not crossed. So many checklists in life. So many checklists in life. I'll sit singing down whatever it is. But I don't know what's next. YouTube. What's that? Chat. Lesehan. If I actually lesehan, you won't see me and I'll be singing from the floor. Is that possible? That's possible. I need a thinking song on the background. I need a thinking song while I think. No, this song is in my head. What is this song? I don't know this song. I'm gonna sing one line so that my brain can move on from this. I would wait forever. Got it? Salted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. That the song? We're different and the same. Gave you an oven, switch up the batteries. If you give me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Which part is this? When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. Is that the song? Rather be? Rather be? Sorry. No place I'd rather be. Oh yeah, there we go. I got distracted. You guys all know this song. Wow, chat. Wow, chat. I've lost track of what I was trying to do. I was trying to think of a song, but I forgot. What song? Chat. It's a classic. Me trying to figure out what that duck is. I don't know what this is. Click. Chat, I'm doing it again. I'm clicking songs that I don't know because I'm tired of thinking. Aw, mother. What's this? Oh, I should really stop. If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I Had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way I like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading, yeah, 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 yeah. Got you, moonlight, you're my starlight, and it's you. All night, come on, dance with me, I'm levitating, you. Moonlight, you're my starlight, and it's you. All night, come on, dance with me, I'm levitating. What if I actually float? What if genuinely, wait for it. No, feel it in our energy, I see us written in the stars. Wait, levitate. Wait, where are my socks? God damn it. Where are my socks when I need them? Socks? Okay, wait, thoughts? What if I'm just floating? Stop smacking me with a crying face. Levitates. Wait, I need to be this tiny. Thoughts? No. Oh, brother, I should just sing. I should just stick with what I know. And that's singing? Question mark. Actually, yeah, accurate. Moonlight, you're my starlight, I need you. All night, come on, dance with me. No, I sound tiny. You're my starlight, I need you. All night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating, you can fly away with me. The emoji is bigger than my head. The emoji. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating you. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for. Stop smacking emojis on my head. What is it? And I'm feeling so electric, that's my ass off. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Looks like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, that's my ass off. Even if I wanted to, I can't stop. You want me, I want you, baby, my sugar boo. I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight, I need you. All night, come on, dance with me, I'm levitating you. What? Oh, you can fly away with me tonight. You da-da-da-da-da-da. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Moonlight, you're my starlight, I need you. All night, come on, dance with me, I'm levitating. Moonlight, stop smacking me, I need you. All night, come on, dance with me, I'm levitating. I've never tried karaoke in that song before. Man. Meep moop chat. Meep moop. I didn't think I could sing that too. What's this? YouTube, stop it. YouTube autoplay just goes next and I don't have time. Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be. Is that the song? Put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. I don't know why I'm laughing. No, I ain't got cash. I ain't got cash. Sorry. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I don't need no money. That's a lie. I get it though. Thoughts? At least you can turn off autoplay. Turn off autoplay. Oh, there. Wait for it. Where's the autoplay button? There's no autoplay button. There's no autoplay button. Where's the autoplay button? There's no such thing. I can't find it. Chat. It's not there. Is it a playlist? Oh. It's called Mix. It is a playlist. YouTube made me a playlist. You know what? That explains a lot. Actually, no, that explains a lot. Okay. Okay, buddy. I think I'll sing one song. Because if not, I'll keep ruining everyone's ears and I don't have restraint and I will stop. I will never stop. You know what I mean? I would like to end with a song I actually know. Now, if I could just remember... We don't mind. You don't know. I know better. You're gonna mind. I can tell you're gonna mind. How about we end with... I don't know what song, chat. I've been through an emotional roller coaster today. I've discovered a new voice. Ish. I still think it's crazy. I need time to digest that. I don't know what song though, what the heck? Huh? Oh, please stop suggesting me unholy, YouTube. The diamond never minded when people mind it. Maybe it didn't have a choice. Not a single person here has minded. Really? Really? YouTube knows. Shut up. Shut up. What if it was all in your head? Thoughts? What if it wasn't that bad and I was just singing Unholy the way anyone would sing it, including Ray? Ray would sing it out. Please stop. Please stop using the stupid command. Why do you all know the command anyway? I don't know what song. Chat. Is my whisper echoing? Is it echoing? Is it reverb? It's literally on the... I didn't put it in the title of the stream. I did not put it on the stream title. So you can see it right there. Right where? I didn't put it. Huh? Chat, my brain is farting. Now I can't think of anything else but Unholy. Someone give me another song, please. I really genuinely can't think of another song. For... Brother. Songs exist, right? Chat? 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 Can we stick with the song? I know. Stop giving me Unholy, YouTube. Unholy, wow. Guys, I think at some point you guys are gonna get sick of me singing Unholy. Think about it. You're gonna be sick of it. We're all sick of it already, actually, deep down. You just don't know yet. I'm trying to figure out a song and Unholy is the only thing in my head. Okay, wait, thoughts? That's the only way I can stop chat. I might have to find a song where I talk like this. Oh, the excitement is killing my... the excitement is killing my... It's not killing my... I can do it. But I'm also so... I'm honest, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I sang a lot. I'm embarrassed that you guys had to hear it. And I'll sing a sad song. You know what? I'll just make you all sad. I'm gonna make you all sad. Not that I can actually do that, but you know what? Here, I'll make you all sad. Thoughts? Thoughts? Do you know any Avril? Avril karaoke. Oh. Listen, I see all the titles. I'm trying to think if I know. Do I know? I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna listen to it first. Let me listen to it first. You're all trapping me to something. What is this? Oh, I don't know it. I'm sitting down, I'm hunched up, my legs are crossed. You get what you get. Do I know this song? Chat, do you know this song? There's nothing but the rain, footsteps on the ground. I'm listening but there's no sound. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Oh, won't somebody come take me home? It's a damn cold night, trying to figure out this life. Is that the song? Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? Don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Is that how it goes? I'm looking for a place, searching for a face. Is anybody here? I know. I don't know this song. 'Cause nothing's going right, and everything's a mess, and no one likes to be alone. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Won't somebody come take me home? It's a damn cold night, trying to figure out this life. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? Don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Why is everything so confusing? Maybe I'm just out of my mind. I'm trying to, I don't know this part. Yeah. I don't know how it goes, actually. Is that how it goes? It's a damn cold night, trying to figure out this life. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? Don't know who you are, but I'm with you. We should stand up. I'm with you. I'm literally sitting down on sober. Take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but now that part. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. Don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't know if that's how the song's supposed to go. I haven't heard that in forever. Which doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? I just YOLO and I try. It may or may not sound like the song it's supposed to sound like. Is it okay, chat? It's like 90%. Oh, close. Actually, close enough. Close enough. And I'm doing great on a song. This is how it's supposed to go. Do you generally think I'm doing decent on it? I didn't know if I would know that song. So there is another tab I opened. But I also don't know this one, I think. Apa ya ini? So much for my happy ending. Oh, chat. So much for my happy ending. I think I know. I should drink though. Let's talk this over. It's not like we're dead. Was it something I did? Was it something you said? Don't leave me hanging in a city so dead. Held up so high on such a breakable thread. You were all the things I thought I knew, and I thought we could be. You were, oh, it's this song that I wanted. faint memories of this part. Just fade away. All this time you were pretending. So much for my happy ending. Oh, oh, so much for my happy ending. I should drink. Na na na. Why am I still singing? Is it almost because I actually really love singing and I'm usually alone? You know, chat, even if I end stream, I'm probably gonna be singing to myself alone in my room. Oh, brother. Like, what's Kana doing off stream? Just singing. She's doing the exact same thing and spazzing. I know, so I'm trying to prolong this session. It's almost like you guys know me. That's crazy. That I wanted. We were meant to be, supposed to be, but we lost it. Ah, actually, I forgot how good these songs are. All this time you were pretending. So much for my happy ending. When you were there, thanks for acting like you cared, making me, I don't remember, only one. I don't know this part. Thanks for watching as I fall. Is that how it goes? Ama. That I wanted. What if I can actually sing like sad songs? What if I can actually sing sad songs, chat? Chat. All this time you were pretending. So much for my happy ending. Who said you couldn't? What's a sad song? Oh, I don't know what song. What's a sad song, chat? What's a sad song? My voice does. Okay, thoughts? What's a sad song? I only know. Happy ending. Baya. Oh. It's happening. Too good at goodbye. I've never started singing that before. I also don't know if I can do that. Wow, that is. Did you notice a recurring pattern? It's just me trying to sing things that I actually don't know. Thoughts? Why is there a female and male version? I don't know which one I can do. Am I female? Last time I checked. Let me just make sure with my. What the heck is that? It's autoplay. I forgot to close the tab. I don't know the song. He was a boy, she was a girl. Can I make it any more obvious? He was a punk, she did ballet. What more can I say? He wanted her, she never tell. Secretly she wanted him as well. All of her friends stuck up their nose. They had a problem with his baggy clothes. He was a skater boy, she said see you later boy. It wasn't good enough for her. She had a pretty face, but her head was up in space. Her head was up in space. Yeah. Sorry. 5 years from now, she sits at home, feeding the baby, she's all alone. Turns on TV, guess who she sees? Skater boy rocking up MTV. Sorry. You already know, and they've all got tickets to see a show. She tags along, stands in the crowd, looks up at the man that she turned down. He was a skater boy, she said see you later boy. It wasn't good enough for her. Now he's a superstar, slamming on his guitar. With your pretty face, see what he's worth. He was a skater boy, she said see you later boy. It wasn't good enough for her. Now he's a superstar, slamming on his guitar. With your pretty face, see what he's worth. Oh, I've never tried singing this before. That was fun. There's more to this, isn't there? Oh, brother. Sorry, girl, but you missed out. What tough luck, that boy's mine now. More than just good friends. This is how the story ends. Too bad that you couldn't see the man that boy could be. There is more than meets the eye. See the soul that is inside. Wow, see the soul that is inside. That's deep. That's deep, bro. I'm sorry. We are in love. Haven't you heard how we rock each other's world? I'm with the skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. I'll be backstage after the show. I'll be in studio singing the song we wrote about a girl you used to know. I'm with the skater boy. I said, see you later, boy. I'll be backstage after the show. I'll be at the studio singing the song we wrote about a girl you used to know. Oh. Sorry, I got carried away. I was looking for something and now I forgot. I'm just clapping because I managed to go all the way to the end. How about complicated? Guess what autoplay just did? I don't think I know this one. I think? Let me hear it first. No, yeah, autoplay is just on your side. I don't think I know. I think I only know the chorus. Lay back, it's all been done before. And if you could only let it be, you will see. This is literally me figuring out a song, guys. This is how I figure it out. And you're one-on-one that you've become. When everyone else is watching your back, you can relax. You look like a fool to me. Why you have to go and make things so complicated? That's not how it goes. I literally don't know it though. Frustrated. You fall and you crawl and you break and you take what you get. I'm literally just guessing, FYI. You're gonna find me kicking. I really don't know. Chat. I'm guessing at how it goes. Man. Okay, wait, let me drink. What I think. Okay, I know I had a blast. But I'm still nervous, but I still had fun. I hope at least, chat, you had fun. Right? I'm on copium. Just tell me you had fun. No lie to me. Wait, no, be honest to me. Okay, then it's fine. I'm sorry that I need constant validation. It's not that I need to be validated, but it's just that I'm dying inside. You don't have to listen to it again later. The body's whoosh. The body's gonna go. The body's gonna go. It's somewhere, somehow it's gonna go. I'm gonna sing a calmer song. Are you patting me to calm me down? Do you think I panic? I panic, don't I? Sorry. I actually wait. Thoughts? Lost tabs and right. You sang so gorgeously. You're biased, but thank you. You think I didn't record my own parts? What do you mean? Also, I've gone through so much energy that I'm hungry again. Oh, okay. Let me see if I know the song. This could be the last one, if I know it. I don't know if I know it, actually. Am I standing up? No. Oh, let me load. You must think that I'm... Oh, that's why they have the female pitch. You must think that I'm new to this. I have seen this song. I really don't know the song, huh? I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up, it hurts. I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. In case you leave me, I really don't know the song. But every time you hurt me, every time you thoughts. Wait, I should get it and actually wait. Let me change what. It's too low. I don't know which one is it. I'm too lazy to find I'm too lazy to find one that fits my thing. Let's just try it. Okay, chat, you're figuring it out with me. And I'm getting hit past too. You must think that I'm stupid. It's the same as in the chat. You must think. Wait, let me find a different one. That's why there is a thing. That's so funny. Okay. This one maybe? Or this one? I don't know, chat. Let me hear it first. As if hearing it and I can tell. You must think that I'm a fool. You must... Oh, no. You must? No. It's the piano. It's throwing me off. Wait, no. That sounds like a ridiculous excuse, but you don't understand how my brain works. I don't listen to this song enough. Is it this one? Chat, we're figuring it out. If I listen to this and I can't, then we're changing songs. No, yeah, I don't. Sorry, I heard it. Let me try. It's just one line. Close to me, even though you mean the most to me. Every time I open up, it hurts. I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me. Is that how the song goes? I really don't listen to this enough. Let me try. Hurt me the less that I cry. And every time you leave me the No. Every time you leave me the quicker these tears dry. Is that how it goes? The less I love you, baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbyes. I'm way too good at goodbyes. I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cool. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. Every time I open up, it hurts. I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. In case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quick... I always forget that part, because I don't listen to it enough. Sorry, let me think. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. Every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. Sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbyes. I'm way too good at goodbyes. No way that you'll see me. You're gonna see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbyes. There's no guide melody. I'm just winging it, chat. I don't even know. I literally don't even know. Oh, I don't. Is there a part like this? Why does it say no, no? Is that a rabbit? Hurt be the less that I cry. Every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. Every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. Sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbyes. Is it done? Oh, it's done. Chat. Sorry, I don't really know that song. And there's a middle part where it just goes no, 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 no. But I don't know how to sing that either. And I keep second guessing the notes because I don't listen to it much. Did it sound 70% to what it's supposed to be? Question mark. I don't know. I guess well, you know what? I tried, chat. I think I would know. What was the other one? Stay with me. Maybe I know that one. Why am I doing this to myself? Thoughts? %. I'll take it. What? Stay with me again? Which one is that? Do I remember? No. Am I dumb enough to click it anyway? Yes. What is it again? Wow. I know more of Unholy than I did. What was the song just now? I don't even remember anymore. Dinner. Dinner is still so far off. What is this song? Oh, I'm thinking. No, I don't remember the song. Ray, you were cooking. You were godlike. You're glazing me, but I'll take it. Oh, you know what? I'll end with the song that I know. 미안해 미안해 하지마 내가 초라해지잖아 어간 예쁜 입술로 어서 나를 저기 가가 나는 괜찮아 마지막으로 나를 바라봐줘 아무렇지 않은 듯 웃어줘 내가 보고 싶을 때 기억할 수 있게 너의 머릿속에 네 얼굴 그릴 수 있게 너뿐일 수 없는 나의 욕심이 집착에 더 널 가렸고 확실한 내 때문에 힘들어니 아무 대답 없는 너 바보처럼 왜 너를 지우지 못해 난 떠나버렸는데 너의 눈, 코, 입 너만 진영의 섬일 작은 손톱까지 다 여전히 난 아낄 수 있지만 거진 불꽃처럼 다 들어가 버린 우리 사랑 모두 다 너무 아프지만 이제 너 저기라 부르게 사랑했지만 내가 부족해서나 봐 혹시 우연이라도 한순간만이라도 너 볼 수 있을까 하루하루가 불안해져 내 모든 게 가슴에 희미해져 사진 속에 너는 왜 해맑게 우는데 우리에게 더 흐르는 모른 채 난 뻔할 수 없는 나의 욕심이 집착에 더해 넌 아무 대답 없는 너 바보처럼 왜 나를 지우지 못해 난 떠나려는데 너의 눈과 입 나만 지나의 성일 작은 손톱까지 다 여전히 난 느꼈어 했지만 꺼진 불꽃처럼 떨어져 가버린 우리 사랑 모두 다 너무 아프지만 이제 너 추억이라 부를게 나만을 바라보다 너의 감은 눈 여기로 사무다면 너의 꿈 사랑해 사랑해 내게 속삭이던 그 입술로만 너의 눈, 코, 입 나만 지던 성일 작은 손톱까지 다 여전히 너를 키스했지만 꺼진 불꽃처럼 어들어가 버린 우리 사랑 모두 다 너무 아팠지만 이제 너 추억이라 부를게 Is it okay? I don't know, but it is what it is. Thank you for listening to me. Ruined ears, I guess. I feel good. You know what it is? Maybe I had fun. Maybe I had fun and it's such a weird feeling, chat. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. My heart. Thank you for accompanying me. I don't know why it became karaoke. I do know, but also I meant to just sing one. Actually, didn't I say I was gonna sing one song? Why did no one remind me? Hello? Yes? Why did you remind me, chat? Because where's the fun in reminding you? Aw, brother. It slipped out. You really just unleashed a new voice for the first time. That's so embarrassing. I still think about it. Oh, it's gonna haunt me. I'm gonna overthink after this. When the stream ends, I'm gonna be like, I can't, but I should have just kept my mouth shut. Blah, blah, blah. Shut. Shut? I should have just kept my mouth shut. Can you sing Daka? I don't know whether to call you Enan or Daka. Tell me. I could, but then your ears would just die. Do you hear the amount of restraint that I have? It's 0. NN. Because I thought I heard Pharaoh call you Daka. Okay, NN. Sing one more. Your ears. Have you booked your appointment to the ear doctor yet? If I have to go to the eye doctor, you might have to go to the ear doctor. Chat. Encore? Sing a song that I know so I don't panic. Right? I don't know many songs though. Hi, kinda hi. You're just in time for... I thought that was the last song. I thought we ended with like, you know, a song that I can sing. My Little Baby? Is that Pretty Little Baby? I don't know the song though. Like you heard me. I don't know. I only know parts of it. Oh. Let me think. We don't have to talk about the glasses, you know? We don't have to talk about that. My nose is itchy. Okay. Is it this one? What if I don't know it though? I only know like a part of it. Pretty little baby. Is that how it goes? Pretty little baby. Pretty little baby. You say that maybe you'll be thinking of me and try to love me. Pretty little baby. I'm hoping that you do. You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours telling all the bluebirds, the bill and coobers. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. Now it's just the time. I don't know this part. Puppy love must have its day, huh? Don't you know it's much more fun to love while the heart is young and gay? Meet me at the car hop or at the pop shop. Meet me in the moonlight or in the daylight. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. That's it, that's all I know. And I didn't even know parts of that, chat. Is that it? Is that it? Oh, there's more. Now it's just a time. No, I really don't know. Puppy love must have its day. You know, I should listen to the song before this. I mean, I don't know what you're expecting. What? I still don't know this part. Meet me at the car hop or at the pop shop. Meet me in the moonlight or in the daylight. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. Pretty little baby. Pretty little baby. Pretty little baby. Ow, I cracked my hip. I'm old. I cracked my hip from crossing my legs. Oh man. I don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We don't have that emote. Don't. Thank you for listening, chat. Thank you for listening, chat. One more song. Wow, it's like you know that I have no restraint. I've sung possibly every song. I've sung every song in the world ever. There's nothing else to sing, we've run out. Deja vu, there's no karaoke for that. Muna! Muna, where's the karaoke version? Muna! Muna! What if the last song is Baby Shark? Bro. but and your Oshi just throws building at you. It's so funny. It's so funny. I can't. Muna. Muna. Throws buildings at you. It's so funny. Pretty little baby. Oh, my nose. My nose is itchy. Wait. Didn't I want to end at the 5-hour mark? Why is it almost 6 hours? Thoughts? Did I really go over by 40 minutes? Am I blind? I'm not wearing glasses. Does the timer say? Chat? Actually, chat? Didn't I want to end? Didn't I say last song before? Wasn't it like 4:50 something? 44 minutes actually. Did I actually? Did I actually go over by 45 minutes? Am I crazy? Thoughts? Chat? Okay. Okay. Yep, that's it. That's it. But I'm 15 minutes from 6 hours. Isn't it always nice to... No, that's a toxic... Kana? Kana, listen to yourself. Kana? Listen to yourself. It's a slippery slope. That's a very slippery slope that you're telling yourself. You're not crazy, you're Kana. Oh, thank you. That's better, right? I can hear Paris screaming in his sleep. But it's such a nice number. I shouldn't. Right? I shouldn't. Right? I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I should be wise and responsible. I should chat someone wise and responsible. Just 23 hours. Short stream is not 12 hours. That's Michi, chat. That's Michi. That's actually Michi. Okay, I need to... What's 14 more minutes? Brother. Okay. No, that's a toxic thought. Why Don't let chat convince you. Don't let chat convince you. Just close your eyes, Kana. Actually, no, just close your eyes for the rest of the stream and end it, right? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't you love us? I do. It's just why I'm still here. You suck. Actually, no, you suck. Nah. Wait. Who can I raid before I lose control? Michi's... Oh, she can play NTE and I can't. She has a better PC. She has a better PC. She's playing Tetris? I wanna play Tetris. I don't like this. Oh man. Life. One day I too will play Tetris. I wanna play Tetris. Okay. A soon day. Okay. Because I'm getting... Oh, okay. I'm getting hungry. So that's a wise decision to not wait 11 minutes and 18 seconds for it to reach 6 hours. Chat? Stop stalling and stream. I would never stop. I would never stop. Probably. Chat, thank you for accompanying me. Yeah, I'm sure. Look at me. I'm so sure. Look at this. Ta-da! You see that? I'm not even here. I'm not even here. You won't see me again. I'm invisible. I'm not even here. Oh wait, you can hear me. Well, that's embarrassing. We don't talk about it. Nobody talk about it. Strike this VOD from the planet, actually. Actually, can we just strike this VOD from the planet? Thank you. I should do the slash raid. Yeah, just do Daga raid or something. Am I an embarrassment to society? Maybe. Actually, no, maybe. Okay, chat, we're gonna raid the girly poop. Girly poop because feet on pedestal. How did you know? Actually, no, did you hear me? Did you hear me actually like crossing my legs or something? How did you do that? Thank you so much for watching, chat. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for cheering. Thank you for all the subs and everything. I'm saying it from the beyond. Actually, I'm an asshole. Thank you for following. Thank you for all the head pats. I'll see you guys. Wait, if my throat doesn't die, I'll see you tomorrow. Thoughts? If my throat doesn't die, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest or what? Or well, have a good time watching Michi. For those of you rating her, have a good rest of your day. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.